Morning, everybody, and welcome to the California Board of Accountancy Committee on Professional Conduct. I would first like to call the roll, please.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dee Dee Owens. Mark Silverman.
Here.
Yin Tu. And Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. First agenda item today, are there any public comments for items not on the agenda? Okay, well, seeing that there are none, we'll now move to approving the minutes.
Interrupt.
Sure.
I apologize for interrupt. This is the moderator.
Sure.
I will open the Q&A for the members of the public to get the opportunity to request public comment.
My apologies.
No worries. Thank you. The moderator, members of the public, if you wish to participate in this agenda item, public comments for items not on the agenda, the instructions will be on your screen shortly. You simply click on the question mark inside of a square, which is typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And a text box will open. Just type in, I would like to make a comment, and make sure you send it to all panelists. Again, the instructions should be on your screen shortly here. This is the moderator. I see no requests for public comments. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please do. In light of that, let's move on to agenda item 2, which is approve the minutes of the November 18th, 2021 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes?
I would be happy to make the motion to approve the minutes. This is Yin Tu.
Thank you.
This is Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines. I'll second.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Reed, call for the vote.
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens.
Yes.
Mark Silverman.
Yes.
Yin Tu. And Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Reed. Agenda item 3 is discussion and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Sections 12 and 12.5 to consolidate the certificates of general and attest experience and eliminate the second signature requirement. Michelle Center, can we please hear from you about this?
CPC item 3 is being provided to the CBA so that it may consider taking action to amend California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Sections 12 and 12.5 to eliminate the second signature requirement on the certificates of general accounting and attest experience forms and consolidate information into one form for each type of accounting experience requirement. Next slide. The CBA is being asked to approve the proposed language for Regulation Sections 12 and 12.5, approve the proposed certificates of experience forms, repeal the certificate of experience for private industry or government, and the certificate of attest experience for private industry or government, and direct staff to initiate the rulemaking process. At its July 2021 meeting, the CBA directed staff to work with the Department of Consumer Affairs Legal Counsel to draft proposed amendments to Regulation Sections 12 and 12.5 that would remove the second signature from the incorporated Certificate of Experience forms. For your reference, Attachment 1 contains the current regulatory language for Regulation Sections 12 and 12.5. Applications must document their experience on the appropriate Certificate of General Experience or Certificate of Attest Experience forms. Attachment 2 contains the current versions of these forms. Currently, the Certificates of General and Attest Experience forms require a second-person signature verifying the applicant's experience if the applicant's direct supervisor is not the sole proprietor, partner, or shareholder of the public accounting firm, or is not the owner of the private industry or government entity. The second person signing the form must be either a licensed CPA for a public accounting firm or an individual with a higher level of responsibility in a private industry or government entity. If you turn to Attachment 3, you will find the proposed language for Regulation Sections 12 and 12.5, which eliminates the second signature requirement and enables the CBA to accept an applicant's experience form with only one supervisor signature. This will allow the CBA to more closely align with industry standards and the CPA licensure requirements of other state boards of accountancy. Additionally, this will alleviate a cumbersome process for both applicants and licensees when completing Certificate of Experience forms. Currently, there are four forms, 2 Certificates of General Experience forms and 2 Certificates of Attest Experience forms. Requiring separate experience forms will no longer be needed after eliminating the requirement for a second signature. In Attachment 4, you will find the proposed Certificates of General and Attest Experience forms. These forms consolidate the 4 forms into 2, one for each experience type. In addition to removing the second signature requirement, these forms will incorporate other technical revisions, including removing reference to outdated regulation sections and the restriction on the use of black ink when signing the forms. Next slide. At this time, staff proposed that the CPC move the staff recommendation as written in the agenda item. Next slide. I'll now turn it back over to Chair Silverman, and I'm happy to answer member questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Center. Can we open it up to discussion among the committee? Seeing that we have no comments, do we turn to public comments next?
This is the moderator. I've opened up the Q&A. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of a square, typically located bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. I do have an individual identified as Jason Fox who would like to make a comment. Jason, I will unmute you in just a moment. And I believe if committee chair can please confirm that it's a 5-minute time limit.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you so much for confirming that. Give me just a moment as I locate Jason Fox. There you go. Your microphone has been unmuted or requested to be unmuted, Mr. Fox.
Society of CPAs, I will not take 5 minutes here. We support staff's recommendation, and we supported the board's original decision when this was discussed last year. This is a prudent move in the spirit of streamlining the process and staying consistent with the licensure requirements in other states. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have an individual identified as Pat Joyce. Pat, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent.
Can you hear me? Hey, good morning, board members. Pat Joyce on behalf of the national accounting firms. Just really appreciate the staff and board recommending these proposed changes. It's a big priority for the larger firms, and really encourage you to take these up and make the changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any other ones, moderator?
No further requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please do.
Thank you.
Okay, turning back to the committee, is anyone desirous of making a motion to adopt the recommendations of Ms. Center and her report?
To be called on. This is Dee Owens. I will go ahead and make the motion. I appreciate the level of detail and explanation from staff. So I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt the proposed recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Any second?
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Appreciate that. Call for the vote.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dee Owens, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
Mr. Silverman, this is Patty. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Could we please ask for public comment once more? Once the motion is made, we'll need to ask for public comment before we move on.
My apologies. Yes. Moderator, if you would call for public comment.
Moderator, members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that Q&A button, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Committee Chair, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please do. And now we'll turn back to Ms. Reed to have the vote again, please.
all right. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dee Owens,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
Yen Tu, and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to agenda item 4, discussion and possible action to consider changes to previously proposed text and reauthorization of a regular rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Section 87 and Basic Requirements 88, programs which qualify 88.1, Provider Requirements 88.2, Program Measurements 89, Control and Reporting in 90, Exceptions and Extensions. Ms. Center, can we get a report from you, please?
The purpose of this agenda item is to provide an opportunity for the CPC to discuss amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Sections 87, 88, 88.1, 88.2, 89, and 90, and to bring a recommendation to the CBA for possible action. The board is being asked to rescind its prior approval of the regulatory text from July 2020 and approve new regulatory text. The proposed regulatory text before the committee today in Attachment 1 contains several changes compared to the text that was approved in July 2020, including Section 88G on page 5 was amended for clarity in terms of the description of blended learning programs. Section 88.2C1A on page 9 was amended for clarity regarding the licensing requirement for participants who are pre-testing self-study and adaptive self-study documentation. Sections 88.2E1B and Section 88.2E1C on page 11 were amended to reflect the pre-testing of documentation and average reading time of blended learning programs match those of self-study or adaptive learning self-study programs. In several instances, gender-specific terms such as his, her were replaced with a gender-neutral term there. Various technical formatting and grammar edits were made to ensure recently adopted regulatory language was included, the text was properly underlined and stricken, and consistency of punctuation. In addition, the most notable proposed change to the language is in Section 87A3, which addresses non-technical CE requirements. The change begins near the bottom of page 1 in Attachment 1. At the March 2021 meeting, Amber Sutter, CPA, made a public comment regarding the benefit of personal growth as a CE subject area. At the January 2022 meeting, the CBA agreed to the inclusion of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the 2022-24 CBA strategic plan. Based on these prior board discussions, staff reviewed NASBA's fields of study that qualify for continuing professional education document and found that while personal growth is not specifically referenced, diversity, equity, and inclusion is currently included as acceptable non-technical CE content in the NASBA document. Staff also noted the 2019 Fields of Study document described non-technical CE content that seemed more current than that in the CBA regulations. Therefore, staff are asking the CBA to review and approve the following subject areas as identified on pages 1 and 2 of Attachment 1 as acceptable non-technical education: behavioral ethics, business management and organization, communications and marketing, computer software and applications, personal development, personnel, human resources, and production. The proposed text includes examples of course content that may be acceptable under each of these subject areas. Additionally, the new text clarifies that non-technical CE must contribute to the professional competence of a licensee consistent with current language in Section 87A4 that disallows content that does not contribute to a licensee's professional competence. Staff do not recommend removing personal growth from Section 87A4, given it is defined in that section as content that does not contribute directly to a licensee's professional competence. CBA staff recommend approving these changes that would update California's allowable non-technical subject areas to those referenced in the Fields of Study document that many CE providers use as a guiding document when developing their CE. Further, the CBA previously discussed placing limitations on Nano learning. The CBA agreed that limitations would be placed in terms of content, specifically that ethics, fraud, and the CBA-approved regulatory review course could not be taken via the Nano learning methodology. Subsequently, a member asked that we specifically revisit the conversation of imposing a cap on the number of hours that can be obtained during a renewal period. Given that member request, we researched NASBA records and found that of the 37 jurisdictions that allow Nano learning programs, only 6 impose a cap on the number of hours that can be obtained during a renewal cycle. Additionally, the cap imposed by those 6 jurisdictions vary greatly from each other, as can be seen in your board item on page 3. Okay, you got that slide up. Okay. Staff have prepared alternative language for the CBA to consider that includes a cap on Nano learning programs. However, staff do not recommend approving the alternative language. Of specific concern would be the necessary justification for imposing such a cap and the specific rationale for whatever cap might be recommended. Staff recommend the CBA make the first motion, which rescinds the prior July 2020 motion, approves the regulatory text with the changes to non-technical CE, and directs staff to initiate the rulemaking process. This recommended motion does not impose a limitation on the number of hours a licensee could obtain through Nano learning programs. Alternative motions are included in the comments section if a different action is recommended by the committee. Motion 2 would rescind the prior July 2020 motion and approve regulatory text exclusive of the proposed changes to the non-technical education and hourly cap on Nano learning programs. Motion 3 would rescind the prior July 2020 motion and approve text that allows proposed changes to the non-technical education and imposes a CBA-determined hourly cap on Nano learning programs as outlined in Attachment 2. Should the CBA decide to make Motion 3, a rationale for the limitation would need to be provided for inclusion in the rulemaking package. While there is not a written motion in this agenda item that would approve an hourly cap on Nano learning without approving the non-technical education changes, I do have that motion written and can read it into the record if the committee elects to go in that direction. Next slide. And just to reiterate in closing, staff recommend motion number 1. I'll now turn it back over to the chair for discussion and hopefully motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sender. So as I understand what you're saying, staff's suggestion is solely approval of number 1, correct?
That would be correct. Motion number 1.
Okay. So can we first have committee discussion of Ms. Sender's report and the various issues?
Chair, this is Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. I had a question about regarding the cap on hours. So you all mentioned that there was that the cap on hours by the 6 states that you indicated, it varied, but it didn't sound like there was any. And I'm sorry, I'm turning back and forth because I'm looking at multiple screens. That there was that it varied the number of hours between jurisdictions, but it didn't sound like there was any real rationale as to what the caps were. And while I appreciate the making sure that we did not eliminate some of those non-technical but professionally related courses, they didn't want to exclude those non-technical related courses from being included in that Nano learning. It didn't sound like there's any real correlation between the limitations, limiting the number of hours and the impact on the licensee's ability to do their job or ability to stay, abreast of the industry, professional standards and things like that. So I'm wondering if we can get some more information or feedback about whether we should limit the number of practice related or non-practice related continuing education credits that could be included. Because my concern is that you don't want to have licensees, or there should be, I feel like there's a concern about having licensees take a lot of non-practice related continuing education courses and not enough practice related continuing education courses. I know I kind of went a roundabout, but I'm uncomfortable with saying no cap, but I don't know what the cap should be. And I think that the cap, if there is a cap, it should have some correlation to what kind of impact it could have on the practice, the licensee's practice ability. And I don't have anything to go on as to what a reasonable cap would be.
Ms. Center, you want to comment on that?
Sure. Let me make a couple clarifications to see if that helps and if I'm understanding the question. So in terms of technical content and non-technical content, there already is a cap. You can only have 40 hours in your non-technical area. Okay, so when we're talking about nano learning, we're really talking about the technical content. And so when the board discussed this before, they did place limitations on the content that you can receive in CE using nano learning. And that content is ethics, fraud, and the board approved regulatory review course. Those cannot be received via a nano learning approach. That is, we believe, consistent with the standards, the statement on standards for continuing professional education document, which specifically states that nano learning program is not a substitute for a comprehensive learning program addressing complex issues. So given that, we believe that basing the decision on content that the board did in its prior decision making was appropriate. If we decide to make an additional cap, which would be on hours, or like you said, credits, however you want to say that, that would be an additional limitation. As written in attachment 2, that's an additional limitation. So it's not only content, but hours. And in addition to that, we would have to provide a justification for doing so. At this point in time, we have not found a justification for doing so. And so that is why we would ask that the committee or the board provides such a justification if that is the route that we end up going. Does that help, or was there an outstanding question? It was a long one.
No, that helps. That helps. I mean, this is a complex, a more complex issue. So no, it does help. I appreciate it. Asking the question, and this is not making a presumption. I'm asking, did staff research whether there could be a need for a cap? Because you said, staff hasn't found one. And I just want to make sure, have you not found one because you haven't looked for it yet, because we haven't asked you to look for it yet? Or have you done some research and, in looking at other jurisdictions, you haven't seen anything that would suggest that a cap would be necessary?
So we did do the research that you see in the board item on page 3 that shows the 6 states that currently have a cap. We also have really just had anecdotal conversations with experts in continuing education who, at least at this point, don't have a concern that individuals would elect or choose to get a large amount of their CE via these nano learnings. The other thing I just want to point out that maybe isn't quite understood about the nano learning programs is they are often developed as blocks within a larger module. So an individual may not, for example, have to take 3 blocks, let's say 3 10-minute sections within a module, but they're often built out that way. So while you might see things coming in our review forms as nano learning, they might actually be part of a larger block of learning that is just being done via smaller segments. Does that help or complicate things?
No, that is very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like I said, it's a very technical kind of discussion, an issue. So I completely appreciate it. And thanks for letting me kind of ramble my way through to this answer. So appreciate your help.
Okay.
I actually have a couple of comments. I've had my hand up and I have a couple of comments, and I echo what Ms. Hines mentioned, and that was a concern as well. And I understand 6 other states have caps, the others don't. And I do believe California needs to do what California believes is right for consumer protection, considering other states and considering UAA and all of that. Your explanation, Ms. Center, helped a bit. I understand now a little bit better that that's maybe where the nano learning would occur. And I realize that right now it's with the larger firms that are providing it. When I was on the NASBA CPE committee, we made a real effort to try to get the states really take a look, consider, and adopt nano and blended learning, that kind of thing. But at that time, and I believe even currently so, there are not many providers of nano. And nano, in that committee, we kind of labeled as just-in-time learning. So for example, me as a CPA, I have a meeting with a client next week. I need to brush up on a topic. One might be Internal Revenue Code Section 1031 exchange. Now, what were those rules? How long do I have to identify? When do I have to close? Gee, I'm a little fuzzy. And I find a legitimate nano course that is certified, that's within all of our programs and that sort of thing. And I can get that credit as long as there's a minimum of 10 minutes and no more than 20 minutes. But I would never recommend that an accountant, auditor type, go and try to learn all about auditing cash, receivables, everything on the balance sheet, the P&L and everything else, because as you mentioned, it's not a substitute for a comprehensive learning program addressing complex issues. I would hope, it seems impractical that an accountant would go and try to get all their CPE this way, very impractical. And in the regional meetings, the biggest concern was kind of the paperwork load of trying to audit all of that. So I didn't want to just hang my hat though on what's practical and what isn't. It scares me a little bit to do that. I'm a little bit more leaning toward the cap, unless I can be convinced. I mean, your comments today helped me with it, but that's my concern. If somebody could just sit around and do a bunch of nano learning, and do they really have continuous, comprehensive learning? I think not. That's why we're saying not include ethics, don't include certain things, because we can't accomplish that. And I just kind of another comment. I know in early 2023, staff will be reviewing CPE, and that's in your materials here. And that will be from the standpoint of what course makeup, course inclusion, including newer, with the CPA evolution, including some of that. What will that consist of? And if we make a decision today and recommend to the board something about nano, would we be possibly undoing anything in early 2023? Would we rather wait? That's my question.
Chair, if you don't mind, I'll respond. Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. So let me start at the very beginning, if you don't mind, of your comment. You are correct. It is often point in time. So So imagine, for example, a CE provider might decide to do a bundle of learning on, let's say, new tax law that came into effect in a specific year. They might break that up into specific sections that are shorter, right? That are going into effect that year instead of covering them all in one comprehensive package, so that if you are, needing to just really understand one of those, you could, but you could also take that full module consisting of multiple Nano learning content. So that's that. You are also correct that in California, and we may have a public comment from a member of Cal CPA, but Cal CPA is one of our providers of continuing education. And I think it is really waiting to kind of hear the direction that the board goes before it, finalizes its approach on Nano learning. But I expect that it will also be a provider, and that's in comment to, there aren't that many providers yet. So that's in comment to that. In terms of kind of the larger picture on continuing education and re-looking at these regulations starting next year, I believe that the regulations have developed over time, and when that happens, often they get confusing, a little disorganized as you add new content over time and try and fit those in, and then you fit them in again. And so one is trying to add clarity to these regulations by a reorganization. Another goal that I have when we look at the larger picture is for us to be able to be more timely in our response to new innovative CE approaches. Right now, we are so specific in some areas that it is very hard for us to be timely. Nano and blended is a really good example that technology has been around for blended learning, for example, the use of artificial intelligence in continuing education. These truly are not new things, these adaptive types of technology, but it takes us a while using regulations to get those implemented. So looking for an approach that would allow us to be more responsive and timely to new technologies, approaches to continuing education. So the question is, would we undo it? Not necessarily. In other words, you could decide today you want to put a cap and you're very strong on that cap and we continue with it. You could decide today, let's not do a cap, let's kind of see what happens and see if we are concerned when we revisit these. If we're concerned, we can do the cap then. That would be another approach. So the answer to that is not necessarily, if that's helpful. I hope I answered all your questions, Ms. Corrigan.
Thank you. And it's kind of lots of questions involved, here, and it is complex as far as that discussion. But the thing is, we're in March. By the time we get to early 2023, and I don't know how far along Nano course availability will be, I suppose we can reevaluate that at any time. So it's just a comment, and just wanting other committee members to understand, or maybe to hear what I have to say, whether that has any impact. So that was my concern, but thank you.
Any other comments from members?
This is.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Mine's just a very tactical question. Does the Nano learning, I don't believe I specifically have taken any, does it have anything to kind of validate understanding? Because my concern could be is, as a CPA, someone takes all of their ANA credit as, Nano learning. Is there anything in the Nano learning that tests comprehension like another type of modality for training would?
Ms. Center?
Yeah, sorry. I mute myself just in case, and then I don't know why it's so hard to find that button after you do it. It does. I would have to find the specific section. I think I found it, but it's always nice to make sure. So Nano learning programs, which are described on the bottom of page 4 of the proposed text. On that, you will see that the licensee received a 100% score on a test given to the participants prior to issuance of the credit. And that particular statement is on the top of page 5, though Nano learning starts on the bottom of 4.
Thank you.
Chair, Nancy Corrigan here. So yes, I mean, Nano learning is like any other CPE that is from a approved provider, sponsor, whatever they're called. And yes, there has to be evidence of having taken it, having been tested. So I don't just sit down at my computer and go, gee, I better look into that section 1031 exchange. I'm going to just look it up. No, that doesn't count. I have to take it from a valid provider, and then I'm tested in those few minutes of time, and then I receive a certificate. When I renew, I can submit it to the CBA to show that I did it and that I accomplished it. But your question about what if somebody takes all of your A&A would scare me, because again, it's meant for specific topics. That's the part that scares me, is me learning all about auditing. I'm not getting comprehensive training and learning and understanding like I would at a webinar or an interactive self-study that's going to cover the whole thing for, say, 8 hours or 16 hours. This is a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 20 minutes. So I hope that helps.
Any other comments from members? Ms. Bowers, do we go to public comments before I ask for the board to consider and take possible action?
Or the motion out first and then take public comment afterwards.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. So, in light of these very substantial and thoughtful questions from Ms. Corrigan and Ms. Hines, does anyone on the board want to make a motion or express some opinion about something short of a motion and for further consideration?
This is Carrie Ann. Unless Ms. Corrigan has a alternative motion to suggest, I would suggest motion number 1. The CBA directs staff to initiate the process and all of the details that are included in the motion, except that I would include the deferring discussion regarding the cap on the hours to 2023. So word the motion so that it includes that language. Should I read the whole motion as I think it should be supplied, or are we sufficient with the materials that are presented?
I'm sorry, I really couldn't hear the entire motion, Carrie Ann, maybe because you were looking at different screens. Could you?
Okay.
Like me to help, Ms. Hines?
Yes, please.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the proposal is motion number 1 with one addition to the motion, which is to direct staff to revisit imposing an hourly cap on Nano learning when it brings back proposed regulatory text in 2023.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I believe we have a cogent motion. Do we have a second?
Chair, I will second that, Nancy Corrigan. Thank you.
Okay. Now, do we turn it over to public comment, Ms. Bowers?
Yes, Mr. Silverman, correct.
Okay. Moderator, please.
Yes, this is the moderator. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate in public comment for this agenda item, click on the question mark inside of the square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. So I do have individual identified as Jason Fox who would like to make a comment. Jason, I'm going to unmute or send a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment. Request has been sent and you have a 5-minute limit.
Hi, Jason Fox with the California Society of CPAs. We would support motion 1 or the motion on the table with the addition there. This is a long process to kind of update the CPE regulations to include some of these new flexible learning platforms with Nano and Blended, and certainly support the broader non-technical definitions that are included in the amendment. I do think this is in the spirit of flexibility and, some level of professional discretion for the CPA to take the courses that they need in a manner that fits them. Certainly looking forward to working with the staff, as we kind of take a step back and revisit the whole CPE regs and clean up and make things more streamlined and consistent. But I do think there's value in allowing the Nano and Blended platforms and then kind of seeing where those go and making some adjustments if appropriate down the road. So in closing, I would just recognize the staff in their very diligent way of kind of blending things together. The CPE regs are a little bit of a Frankenstein, but I think this is a very smart way to approach it. So we fully support the motion on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
This is the moderator. No further requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please do.
Thanks.
Would you like me to call for the vote now, Mr. Silverman?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Reed.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan. The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Reed, and thanks to all of you on that. Agenda item 5 is discussion and possible action regarding petition hearings associated with consideration of a reinstatement of a voluntary surrendered license. Mr. Franzella.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. Good morning, members. I am Dominic Franzella, Chief of Enforcement. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CBA with an opportunity to discuss a possible modification of the procedures for reinstatement of a voluntarily surrendered CPA license. The CBA is being asked to adopt a modification to its procedures for handling reinstatements for individuals who have voluntarily surrendered their CPA license. Additionally, the CBA is being asked to direct staff to work with DCA legal counsel to develop possible regulations around the modified procedure if adopted by the CBA. So while it is a common occurrence that individuals may surrender their license as a result of disciplinary proceedings, the ability for an individual to simply voluntarily surrender their license because they no longer wish to practice or hold out as a CPA has been something that's more relatively new and has been around since about 2004. Should someone, a member of the public, look up these individuals on License Lookup or using the License Lookup feature, both groups, whether or not it was a surrender for voluntary purposes or for a disciplinary matter, will show up as surrendered. However, the disciplinary related matter, the area related to disciplinary action, will have a yes in that particular field and a link to the various documents on the board's websites. So for individuals seeking to reinstate a license and whether or not the surrender was the result of disciplinary action or voluntary in nature, the Accountancy Act requires the individual to petition the CBA for the reinstatement of that license. And on your materials on this agenda item in the middle of page 2, staff have highlighted the process that the board uses when considering a petition presently. So staff are proposing the CBA consider a slight modification to the process used when the petitioner is solely seeking reinstatement of a voluntarily surrendered license that was not the result of discipline. On the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, staff have highlighted these modifications, which would be that the petitioner would submit a written request for petition application. Once staff receive that, staff will schedule the petition for the CBA meeting and for a CBA meeting and provide the Office of the Attorney General notice and an opportunity to submit written arguments for the CBA to consider. Staff will compile these written materials and include it in the CBA meeting materials. And the CBA will convene into closed session to discuss the petition and will direct DCA legal counsel to prepare a written decision. However, if during the deliberations, the CBA votes to require oral arguments, staff will schedule such arguments for a future meeting. Some of the benefits to the modification would be a reduction in cost. The CBA pays to OAH, or the Office of Administrative Hearing, for the administrative law judge and the court reporter. Would increase efficiency associated with not attending or with not needing to conduct the hearing in a virtual setting. As members have experienced, a number of these particular petition hearings are rather challenging in a virtual environment. And for these types of limited circumstances, it seems appropriate. And it would also reduce costs for the petitioner when and if the CBA returns to in-person meetings, as the petitioner would not need to travel to the CBA meeting. As these types of petitions generally revolve around whether the individual has completed continuing education, demonstrating fitness to practice, and there's not a disciplinary issue or underlying matter for the board to consider. It's a pretty focused petition process, and the board actually just experienced this at the last meeting, where it was really just a petition packet that included continuing education and ensuring that that individual had met those requirements prior to the board rendering a decision to reinstate that individual's license. So while the CBA maintains significant discretion regarding how it conducts its petition hearing in accordance with the Accountancy Act, given this would be, if the board adopts this modification, would become a standard practice if implemented, staff believe creating a regulation would be appropriate to memorialize the procedures. And in discussion with DCA legal counsel, it was noted that during the development of the regulation, the CBA could implement and use the staff proposed modifications in the interim. So staff recommend the CBA adopt the proposed modification to its procedures for handling these limited reinstatements for individuals who have voluntarily surrendered their license that is not a result of a disciplinary action. And additionally, staff recommend the CBA direct staff to work with DCA counsel to develop possible regulations around the modified procedures if these are adopted by the board. At this point, I would like to turn this item back over to Mr. Silverman, and I will do my best to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Committee members, any questions or opinions?
This is Carrie Ann. It seems like this is very similar to other professional licenses, that it shouldn't feel like a punishment if a licensee wants to, step back from actively practicing, but they don't want to have, this sort of mark on their professional record that may suggest that there's something untoward about them stepping away. So I think this is a good idea. And unless there's other comments, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation that's included.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Any second to Ms. Hines' motion?
Motion.
Can we now turn it over for public comment?
Mr. Silverman, I see Ms. Chu has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, so normally this is a voluntary procedure in terms of surrendering. So is it considered surrendering their license, or is it do license lapse? Just for my own edification.
So in this particular instance, it is a surrender of the license. It's just being done outside of, it's not in conjunction or as the result of enforcement actions. This has become less of an issue since I want to say in or around 2014. I believe that's when the board's retired status option took effect. Because prior to that, this whole issue of individuals who were seeking to kind of stop practicing, they didn't want to show as inactive and continue to pay a fee to do so. But then as a result, they didn't want to go delinquent or expired delinquent and then canceled because they thought it had a very negative connotation to it. The voluntary surrender process became an option that the board allowed for to accept. So it is still a surrender. It just isn't associated with discipline.
Any other board comments? Can we now turn to public comments?
I've opened up the Q&A feature. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of a square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And in the text field, type, I would like to make a comment, and send that to all panelists. Committee Chair, I see no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Reed, can we call for the vote?
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Dee Owens.
Yes.
Mark Silverman.
Yes.
Yen Tu. Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. The last item on the agenda is agenda items for the next or future meetings. First, to the members of the board, do you have any? Seeing that there are none, could we see if the public has any? Moderator?
Members of the public, the instructions will be on the screen, or they are on the screen at the time. If you would like to participate, click on that question mark inside of a square, type, I would like to make a comment, and send it to all panelists. Committee Chair, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
That includes the agenda items for the CPC committee. Unless there are any other comments, this meeting is adjourned.
And this is the moderator. The legislative committee meeting will start at 10:30. I will put up a slide. So legislative committee meeting, 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corno.
Good morning. This is Dan Jacobson, chair of the committee, and I'm so sorry for being tardy, but the internet just went crazy because of things that weren't communicated to my office. So thank you, everyone, for joining, and I call the meeting of the Legislative Committee to order. I would like to note that the CBA members, any CBA member may view any committee meeting that on which they do not sit, but only as an observer, and will remain as an attendee until the CBA meeting itself, at which time they will be moved to the participants panel. At this time, I would like to turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed to take roll call and establish a quorum. When Rebecca calls your name, unmute your microphone and state your name. Please remember to mute your microphone once again after you've stated your name. Rebecca?
Dan Jacobson.
Dan Jacobson.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Thank you.
Katrina Salazar.
Present.
Yin Tu. And Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the CBA staff and the Solid team for their assistance in facilitating this virtual meeting, and I'd like to not thank my building for messing up the beginning of it. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from statutory requirement that the protection of the public shall have the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Before we convene, please be advised that this meeting is being conducted consistent with the provisions of Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order extending Government Code Section 11133. His executive order was N122, dated January 5, 2022, and that allows the CBA to continue to conduct meetings via teleconference, virtually like we're doing, through March 31, 2022. Members of the public interested in participating in the meeting must join the WebEx meeting. Information and instructions are posted on our website, and all lines are currently on mute. As I facilitate this meeting to allow for proceeding in an orderly manner, lines will remain on mute until I direct the staff to open for public comment. I will announce when we are accepting public comment on the various issues, and staff will open the lines as appropriate. 5 minutes will be allotted to each individual providing comments. And I would like to remind committee members and others speaking during the committee, to use the raise the hand feature, but I can't see you. So if you could just say your name, and let's be civil about this, and I will call on you. And that's if you wished to be recognized, to make a comment, to make an argument, to make a motion, second a motion, and so forth. And right now, we're at public comments. So at this time, I'd like to move to agenda item 1, which is the public comments for items that are not on the March meeting agenda. The moderator will provide general instructions and then open it up for public comment. Please go ahead.
And before I open up the Q&A feature, Mr. Jacobson, would you like me to assist you and let you know when hands are being raised by the board members, by the committee members?
That would be wonderful. Let's do it that way. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So at this moment, I'm opening up the Q&A feature. Members of the public, you should have the instructions on your screen. Simply click on the question mark inside of a square, which is typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type, "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. Mr. Jacobson, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please, and thank you very much. Agenda item 2 is approval of the minutes of the January 20, 2022 Legislative Committee meeting. If any member would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of that meeting, please do so by raising your hand. And Elizabeth, if you could help me, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to make the motion to approve the minutes of January 20th.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
This is the moderator. I see Katrina Salazar has her hand up.
I'd like to second the motion.
Very good. Yen has moved and Katrina has seconded that we approve the motion. Is there any discussion? Rebecca, will you please call the roll? Oh no! First, we have we should. Is there any public comment?
This is the moderator. I'm opening up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, instructions are on your screen. If you would like to participate, click on that question mark inside of a square and type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Committee Chair, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please, and again, thank you very much. So, Rebecca, will you please take the roll? And
okay.
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar, Yen Tu,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan. The motion passes.
Thank you. The third agenda item is a written report only. So you've got that for you. It's the California Board of Accountancy 2022 Legislative Tracking Chart, the 2022 Legislative Calendar, and considerations for taking positions on legislation. So it is a written report only, and there's really no need for comment. We'll have plenty of time for comment on the other things that we have. So I'm going to move to agenda item 4, and this is the update, discussion, and possible action on legislation which the California Board of Accountancy has taken a position. So, Patrick, do you want to make a presentation at this point?
Yes, thank you, Chair Jacobson. Good morning, members of the Legislative Committee. I'm Patrick Ibarra, Information and Planning Officer with the CBA. Item 4A is regarding Assembly Bill 646, which would require a licensing board under the Department of Consumer Affairs, including the California Board of Accountancy, to update information on its online license search system regarding licensees who have had their licenses revoked due to criminal convictions that are subsequently expunged. The bill was amended on January 24th of 2022 to provide authority to charge a $25 fee if a cost exists to administer this provision, and authority to adopt regulations that would be exempt from the rulemaking provisions of the Administrative Procedure Act. Staff have identified several concerns with the bill as drafted and conveyed this information to the author's office in an effort to either obtain clarity or possible amendments. The author's office has requested staff compile the specific amendments and concerns for their review, which they indicated may not occur until June. AB 646 is in the Senate Rules Committee awaiting its referral to a policy committee. The CBA previously had a watch position on this bill. While the CBA staff do not have any significant policy-related issues pertaining to the bill, staff have concerns regarding many implementation procedures attached to items in this bill. Therefore, staff recommend the CBA make a motion to change its position to oppose unless amended. The amendments would be to address the concerns identified in this analysis, or in lieu of the provisions of this bill, to require the CBA to post the expungement order similar to the process already used by the California Medical Board, and set the $25 fee in statute and make it discretionary as to whether the board needs to assess the fee, eliminating any rulemaking provisions. I will now turn it back to the chair and a possible motion, but Enforcement Chief Dominic Franzella and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Because time is scarce. I'm first going to recognize myself, and then I'm going to ask for comments from others. As I discussed with Dominic and Patrick earlier, I do not support the position of oppose unless amended. I think that either support or support if amended would be appropriate, because we're talking about convictions that have been expunged by the court. The court has taken care of this. However, when I mentioned this the other day in discussion with staff, Dominic, you said that there were logistical problems. What are those logistical problems?
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Staff have kind of basically outlined those issues within the board item. I think you can refer to pages 4. I'm just trying to scroll through it. I apologize. 4 through 6 of the analysis. A couple of the items extend to, actually, I take that back. They begin on page 3 and continue on. Some of the issues we've identified is there are certain terms within the legislation as it stands now, such as reapplies, relicense. These are not terms found within the board's Accountancy Act, and would likely need to be at least modified or considered. The author should modify or consider including additional terms to be more encompassing of these types of individuals. There's concerns related to if you remove a record, let's say it goes through the process of actually removal, there could be disciplinary issues within that, causes for discipline within that discipline that had nothing to do with the criminal conviction, such as failing to comply with professional standards, failing to respond to board inquiries. There could be underlying, a number of items could be tied back to the conviction, but are not the conviction itself. So how does the board handle removing a disciplinary item that has maybe multiple causes of discipline? And there was some concerns also with how it may impact our mobility provisions. And as much as CPA Verify, which is a national kind of database, which I believe all the jurisdictions are on now, or maybe there's one who is not on, use this for purposes of mobility and substantial equivalency in the mobility programs nationwide. And if the board removes this in California, it could have an adverse impact on how individuals may be viewed for mobility purposes in other states. So those are some of the concerns. And again, as staff, while we are proposing an oppose unless amended position, staff also don't have a concern with support if amended if the board believes the underlying policy is appropriate. Staff's primary concern is simply just the logistical hurdles and the possible impact to mobility are things that would just create logistical issues for us.
Thank you very much. I must admit, I misunderstood you the other day. I thought the logistical issues were more of an electronic nature. My hope and suggestion would be that there just be placed a sentence that says this conviction has been expunged. Anyways, with that, I'm going to try to keep quiet because we do have time issues, and I'm going to ask who else would like to make comments, arguments, motions, whatever.
Later, Yen 2 has her hand up, and we have 2 additional hands that are up.
Yen?
Thank you. Thank you. I thank you for the clarification, Ms. Dominic. And I would like to make a motion for the recommendation from the staff as opposed unless amended, if that's okay with the chairman. Just because I think it's important, especially some of the amendment language that we like to see happened, having the position of oppose unless amended is much stronger than the support unless amended. So that would be my motion.
All right. I realize that there are 2 other hands raised, but first, is there a second to Yen's motion?
This is Katrina Salazar. Yeah. I'll second Yen's motion.
There's been a motion and a second, and now let's see if there's any argument or comment on it. I think I've made my argument, and so who else would like to speak?
This is the moderator. Katrina Salazar's hand is up.
Katrina?
Great, thank you. I have a question for staff, and I guess I would start with saying thank you for researching this. I really thought that the mobility impact was really significant, so I appreciate that being highlighted. My question for staff, on page 5 of 6 of this memo, there is possible amendment provisions identified. That one of the recommendations would be to require the board post the expungement order online. And so my question for staff is, what analysis have you done, and do you think that this recommendation is sufficient to address the mobility concerns? Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson, would you like me to take that? Thank you. Ms. Salazar, in terms of research, I'm not sure we did any research to understand how that may have an impact, other than I don't believe it would have a significant impact because the disciplinary record would continue to show, but it would be consistent with what the medical board does presently, which is post the actual expungement record. So individuals are aware of the circumstances and the conviction is no longer, or at least has been expunged by the courts. So for mobility purposes, it seems like it would still be sufficient in as much as the disciplinary record's available, but a consumer could also have the information to understand that the courts have expunged the record.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions or arguments?
This is the moderator. Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines' hand is up.
Carrie Ann?
Excuse me. I was actually going to recommend that we take a support if amended position, because I think it's important that an author of a bill related to our area, when the author of legislation reaches out to us and indicates a willingness to work with us to ensure that legislation addresses, specific issues and is effective, is efficacious. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that collaboration and to, find every way to come out with the best legislation possible. And I think by taking an oppose unless amended as opposed to a support if amended is a bit more adversarial, has a slightly more adversarial nature to it, or reticence to be supportive. So it's a nuance, it's a nuanced position, but I think it can be important. And it sounds like the issues that we have with the bill that staff has raised with the legislation are issues that can be addressed. And I think it's helpful to send the best message to the author, to the legislator, that we want to work with them to help them to craft the best piece of legislation as possible, particularly given the fact that we support the underlying intent of the legislation. So I intend to vote no on this motion, as I would be more supportive of a support if amended motion, and then to direct staff to continue working with the author to ensure that the legislation addresses all the concerns that staff has raised, and to address all of these concerns.
Thank you very much. Now, we know what if you vote no, there will be this other motion. If you vote yes, of course, there won't be.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
may I just quickly address something?
Of course.
I was in a similar position as you regarding the support unless amended, if amended or unless amended. Yeah. But during the briefing, I did hear staff explaining that some of the language is really, it will be a big detriment to our board, CPA. And it was explained to me that having the oppose unless amended give us a more reassurance that the author of the bill will be talking with us to make sure those languages are addressed. And in terms of policy-wise, I totally agree with the legislation itself. It's just that we want to be in a position where we're assured that those languages are corrected and are amended. I don't know if that will help you any, but for staff, do you have any reassurance that to address that we support the legislation? It's just that we need to make sure those languages are not detriment to the CBA.
Dominic, Patrick, do you want to address that?
Defer to Deanne Pierce on the issue of interaction with the author's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to provide a little bit more information. This is the second year. This is a 2-year bill. So this is the second year of a 2-year bill, and we have provided the analysis identifying the concerns previously. So we have been trying to be interactive with the author's office. They've indicated that, they will consider possible impacts or changes, amendments in June, which is really at the very latest time possible to take those. And so they haven't necessarily been super interactive with us. And the bill is on the Senate side now. And so our leverage, I guess I will say, is not great, especially at the end of the time when it, needs to get out of the last policy committee, I think by July 1st. So we're kind of just, putting our hope in their hands that they're going to accommodate some of our requested amendments, but really nothing is guaranteed. And so I just wanted to share that we have been interactive, and that waiting until June before they, consider anything is very late in the process, and our amendments may not be successful.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other comments on the current motion, which is to have it opposed unless amended. Ms. Reed, or first
I
of all,
apologize.
does anyone in the public have any? Let's open it up for the public.
Mr. Jacobson, sorry to apologize. I apologize to interrupt here. I see that Carrie Ann Farrell Hines' hand is up.
I apologize, Carrie Ann, of course. Please.
You are at a disadvantage being on the phone. So I'm not sure how what priority this bill has. I'm uncomfortable with our board taking pretty strident positions on matters that, because it can, it's in the record. I'm a little uncomfortable with taking strident positions unless we have a really strong, opinion about something, or a piece of policy is a priority for us. And so while we had this on a watch position, which is a neutral position, obviously, to make a statement that we oppose this bill unless amended, to me is sort of a declaration that this is a priority policy for us. And so if it is a priority policy for us, then I believe that we should be also stating specifically what our concerns are for the record. And I think that would give us additional leverage. So if we are going to continue with the oppose unless amended position, I think that we should ask our president to work with staff to send a letter to the author's office that lays out why we are opposed to it and what our concerns are, so that as the record is being built, there is a track that we have evidence of why we were opposed to it. And then I think that lays the foundation for, if there are any issues that, come up, because what I worry about is, problematic legislation being passed and us not having a real opportunity to be a part of the legislative record for that legislation, and giving some guidance as to how we might be able to cure that in the future.
Thank you very much. Because we have a hard noon close time for this committee meeting, I'm going to go to the public now and ask if there are any comments from the public. Will the moderator please open it up to the public?
Yes, this is the moderator. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, the instructions are on the screen for your reference. Simply click on the question mark inside of a square, which is typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and then type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. I see no requests being submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please.
Thank you.
There's been a motion and a second for us to take an oppose unless amended position. I'm calling for a vote. Ms. Reed, please call the roll.
Dan Jacobson?
No.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
No.
Katrina Salazar? Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, people. I appreciate your vigor on this, and we will now move to agenda item 4B. Does the staff want to make any presentation on AB 1604?
Like you said, item 4B is regarding Assembly Bill 1604 by Assemblymember Holden, known as the Upward Mobility Act of 2022. Since the last CBA meeting, this bill has been amended to recast some provisions of the bill and to create an exemption for the addition of a volunteer member from an underrepresented community to a state board or commission with regard to public employment, public education, or public contracting. AB 1604 is currently awaiting hearing in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Staff recommend maintaining a watch position on this bill and no action is required. I'll now turn it back over to the chair, but Assistant Executive Officer Deanne Pierce and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you very much. Then we'll move on to number 5. Patrick?
All right. Agenda item 5 is the review and consideration of possible positions on legislation. So 5A will be regarding AB 1662, which would permit prospective license applicants who have been convicted of a crime to submit to a board prior to obtaining any training or education required for licensure or before paying the application fee, a request for a pre-application determination that includes information provided by the prospective applicant regarding their criminal conviction. Upon receiving such an application, this bill would require the board to determine if the prospective applicant may be disqualified from licensure by the board based on information submitted with the request, and deliver the determination to the applicant within a reasonable time. Currently, the CBA does not provide a definitive answer to individuals who contact the CBA regarding potential impacts a criminal conviction may have on their respective ability to get licensed, because it is limited to reviewing only the information as submitted by applicants. If applicants fail to disclose all information or do not provide all relevant details, the CBA's review is significantly limited. Further, with the limited information, the CBA could not perform an appropriate investigation to provide a more definitive answer. The formalized process required under this bill would oblige the CBA to adopt regulations and develop tracking methods, procedures, and various website content. Depending on the volume, it may require diverting staff to process part of the work. Staff recommend the CBA make a motion to take a watch position on this bill. I will now turn it back to the chair, but Enforcement Chief Dominic Franzella and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments or motions? Is there a motion to adopt staff's position to take a watch position?
This is the moderator. Katrina Salazar's hand is up.
Katrina?
You make a motion to take a watch position on AB 1662.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, Yen too will second it.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second to take a watch position. Any further comment? Are there any comments from the public? Will the moderator please open that up to the public?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A feature is now open. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. Simply click on the question mark inside of the square, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please. And if there are no, I think everyone understands that we're going for that the motion is for a watch position. Ms. Reed, could you please call the roll? Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar? Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Nancy Corrigan? The motion carries.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to 5B. Patrick?
Thank you very much. The 5B is regarding Assembly Bill 1733, which would permit state bodies to meet via teleconference, permit state body members to participate either remotely or in person, and require state bodies to permit members of the public to directly address the state body during a teleconferenced meeting. The bill requires members who participate remotely with another adult present at their location to report that adult's presence. In the event of a known connection failure, the state body would be required to adjourn the meeting, and the state body must use established public notification requirements. The CBA would be required to have a physical meeting location where members of the public can attend and address members. There are specified provisions for audio and visual capabilities. The bill would eliminate the requirement that the CBA meet at least once each calendar year in Northern California and Southern California if the meetings are held entirely by teleconference. The pre-pandemic cost for in-person CBA meetings in 2019 was $158,105. Implementation of this bill will result in significant cost savings to the CBA. Staff recommend the CBA make a motion to take a support position on this bill. I'll now turn it back to the chair for questions, comments, and a possible motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments, or motions regarding AB 1733?
This is the moderator. Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines' hand is up.
Carrie Ann?
To adopt the staff's recommendation to adopt a support position on this bill.
Is there a second?
This is the moderator. Nancy Corrigan's hand is up.
Thank you.
And
And I will second that motion.
Thank you very much. Is there any comment from the committee or any questions? I'm going to recognize myself and ask Patrick, will this result in us having the flexibility to having individual members having the flexibility of meeting virtually, but being able to also meet in person?
To Helen Joffrey, our counsel, for that answer, please.
Thank you, Helen.
I apologize. I was handling another issue. What is the question again?
Oh, okay. This is AB 1733, and my question is this. Will this, in any particular meeting, will there be an in-person meeting, but the individual members have the ability to not be in person, to meet virtually?
It is the current understanding that an in-person location must be provided, but the members can appear virtually and also not post that location. Or they can go to, as we did with the old process, go to another location and then post that one. But the goal is to provide a physical location so that that capability of the public could be met, and then also permit members to appear virtually.
Thank you very much.
And if I could, Chair, I've noticed that we've missed a few public comment requests. So if we could make sure we do that.
Oh, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. I didn't think we had. Personally, non-COVID times, I think it's a very good idea to meet in person. But I also think it's a good idea to have a virtual outlet. So we'd like to know first of all, are there any more comments from the committee?
This is the moderator. Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines' hand is up.
Carrie Ann?
I also wanted to make mention of the fact that this allows members of the public to participate remotely also. And I think that's important because the Bagley-Keene Act was intended to assure transparency of the meeting of public bodies and to ensure that the public has access to those meetings. And where in the before times, members of the public would have to really come to our meetings. It was, much harder for them to participate effectively remotely. They could call in and things like that, but that was so much harder, and it wasn't quite as impactful, I think, or even as credible. But I think now that we have the technology to facilitate this kind of remote participation, I think it allows public members also to be able to participate more effectively in both both our overall board meetings, but also in our committee meetings. So people can't get necessarily to all of these other locations, and if they're able to just participate via WebEx, that I think helps the public as well. So I think this is an important and helpful change. So
thank you. I'm going to ask the moderator to open this up to the public, but I'm going to add something. Ellen says that I've missed some public commentary, so I'm asking the moderator to open up to the public for comments on item 5B or anything else where I may have missed it. Will you please open this up to the public?
This is legal, and I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
This is the moderator. The Q&A for public comment is now open. The instructions are on the screen. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on that question mark inside of a square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and then type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please. There's been a motion and a second. Rebecca, will you please call the roll? Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines,
yes.
Katrina Salazar, Yin Tu,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan. And the motion carries.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to 5C. Patrick.
Thank you. Assembly Bill 1795 would also address open meetings, but is much narrower in scope, requiring state bodies who conduct meetings in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to permit all persons to participate in person and remotely, which is defined as a location other than the physical location designated on the agenda, via electronic communication. This bill does not address issues such as the ability to continue to meet via teleconference under the provisions of the current executive order, whether members can participate remotely, or how to proceed with the meeting if technological issues occur. Staff recommend the CBA make a motion to take a support if amended position and direct staff to discuss possible technical amendments with the author's office to more closely align this bill with the provisions in the governor's executive order N-1-22. I will now turn it back to the chair for questions, comments, and a possible motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or motions from the committee? Is there a motion to support to adopt? Staff's position.
This is the moderator. Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines has her hand up.
Carrie Ann?
Move to adopt the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Hi, this is Katrina. I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further comment? Moderator, will you please open this up to the public, and anyone in the public who has any comments, please participate.
Yes, this is the moderator. Members of the public, instructions are on the screen. You can participate by clicking on the Q&A and typing, I would like to make a comment and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Please.
Yeah.
There's been a motion and a second. Ms. Reed, will you please call the roll? Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Yes.
Katrina Salazar. Yen Tu.
Yes.
And Nancy Corrigan. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Patrick, we're going to move on with 5D, please.
Thank you very much. 5D is Senate Bill 1365, which would require licensing boards within the Department of Consumer Affairs to post on its internet website a list of criteria used to evaluate applicants with criminal convictions, so that potential applicants for licensure may be better informed about their possibilities for gaining licensure before investing time and resources into education, training, and application fees. The bill would also require the Department of Consumer Affairs to develop a process for each board to use in verifying applicant information and performing background checks of applicants, and would require that process to mandate applicants with convictions to provide certified court documents instead of listing convictions on application documents, which would contradict present law, where the applicant does not need to submit anything related to the conviction. SB 1365 would also require the CBA develop an informal appeals process that an applicant can pursue following a license denial and prior to an administrative hearing. This provision presumably creates a process for an appeal to occur outside of the Administrative Procedures Act, which currently guides the CBA's due process requirements for, amongst other actions, any license denials. There are areas of the bill that need additional clarification, raising concerns for implementation as noted in the analysis. Staff recommend the CBA take a motion to take a watch position on this bill and direct staff to work with the author's office regarding the various concerns. I will now turn it back to the chair, but Enforcement Chief Dominic Franzella and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or motions regarding SB 1365?
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, hand is up.
I'll move to adopt the staff's recommendation, watch position, and to direct staff to communicate the concerns to the author.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is the moderator. Nancy Corrigan's hand is up.
Nancy?
Second that motion. Thank you.
Are there any further comments from the committee? I'd like to open this up to the public. Anyone who's in the public who wants to comment on item 5D, please do so. And moderator, please open it up.
This is the moderator. The instructions are on the screen. The Q&A is now open. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and type "I would like to make a comment" and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please. All right, there's been a motion and a second. Ms. Reed, will you please call the roll?
Dan Jacobson.
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Katrina Salazar.
Yes.
Yen Tu. And Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Patrick, 5E, please.
Jacobson. 5E is Senate Bill 1443, which would extend the sunset date of specified boards, bureaus, and commissions within the Department of Consumer Affairs for an additional year, from January 1st, 2024 to January 1st, 2025. This extension would also apply to the authority for boards and commissions to designate an executive officer. The legislative committees that undertake the sunset review process have stated this measure is necessary to reflect updated sunset review hearing schedules and workload stemming from the truncated legislative sessions as a result of COVID-19. the California Board of Accountancy will fall under the authority of this bill. Staff recommend the CBA make a motion to take a watch position on this bill. I'll now turn it back to the chair for questions, comments, and a possible motion.
Thank you very much. Committee members, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hind has her hands up.
Carrie Ann?
Patrick, why wouldn't we take a support position on this bill? Is there any reason why we wouldn't take a support position on this bill?
Thank you. I'm going to defer that answer to Deanne Pierce, Assistant Executive Officer.
Deanne?
The board can certainly switch over to a support position. We recommended the watch position because we're going to do business as usual. We're preparing the report. It impacts more than our board. So we were just trying to keep it on the board's radar. But certainly if the board wants to move it to a support position, you know, that's up to you. Certainly can do that.
Thank you. Any further comments from the committee?
Yes, Yen Tu's hand is up.
Yen?
Deanna, do you want to change that motion to support? I will second it if you want.
Carrie Ann, did you want to change your motion?
I didn't make a motion, but I can make a motion to adopt a support position on the bill.
And Yen, are you seconding?
Yes, I will second it.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any further comments on the motion?
Deanne Pierce, hand is up.
Deanne? I think that may have been from before. So I'm just going to open this up to the public, and if the public has any comments to make, please do so, and I'll turn it over to the moderator.
Yes, this is the moderator. I'm opening up the Q&A. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that question mark icon and type "I would like to make a comment" and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Please do so. There's a motion, and there's been a second. Ms. Reed, will you please call the roll? Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar? Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Nancy Corrigan? The motion carries.
Thank you very much. So, Patrick, we're now going to move on to item 6. Do you want to make a general comment or just comment on these bills as we go forward?
A general comment. Item 6 is the review and possible consideration of positions on legislation the California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Staff continue to monitor the bills listed, and if any are amended in a way that directly impact the CBA, an analysis will be prepared and presented at a future meeting. I do, however, want to highlight item 6N, which is Senate Bill 1309 regarding accountants. This was introduced as a spot bill, and at the time we prepared the meeting materials, we were informed by the author's office that it would be amended to not impact the CBA. I just want to update that on March 15th, it was formally amended and no longer applies to the CBA. There is no action needed on this item, and that concludes my presentation. I'll now turn it back to Chair Jacobson for any questions or discussion.
Patrick, do you want us do you think it would be wise to go through each of these bills?
Not necessarily. There's nothing that we've flagged worth talking, and if so, we'll bring it in an analysis to a future meeting if we think it will affect the CBA. There is a question, however, from Ms. Tu.
Yen?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else on the committee have anything that you'd like to say or any motions that you would like to make that relate to any of the bills in item number 6? Does anyone in the public have any commentary on item number 6? Moderator, will you please open that up?
Yes. The Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Please. The next item is item number 7. Does anyone on the committee have any agenda items for our next meeting? Hearing none, I'm going to ask the moderator to open up the same question to the public.
Sorry, Dan, I had my hand up. Just.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. You can't see it.
Maybe like tap 3 times.
So I'm jumping in here because there's not another place for general comments from the board. Sure. But I want to go back to item 5A. The position that we took on item 5A was to oppose unless amended, but I don't recall if the motion included, I don't believe the motion included a direction to prepare any kind of correspondence about our position. And I wanted to ask if, ask the committee to consider asking the board, President Savoy, to work with staff to send a letter to the author of the bill and to the relevant committee that is hearing the bill on the Senate side, detailing what our concerns and problems are with the bill and the changes that we hope to see made in the bill that would bring us around to a support position, and then offering to continue working with the staff, with the author and author's office to make any revisions or amendments to, to bring the CBA around to supporting it. I think that would go a long way to not a long way. I think that could have some impact on the responsiveness of the author to making the amendments that we would like to see. And I just am concerned about a piece of legislation getting passed that is problematic and the board not having the adequate opportunity to make sure that problematic legislation isn't passed.
Thank you. I will accept a motion if someone wants to make one. But first, does anyone have any further comment on this?
Mr. Jacobson, this is Patty Bowers. I'd be happy to respond to Ms. Hines' question. That is part of our standard process. Not only do we provide the analysis that we give to the board in advance to the author's office, and we invite them to attend the meeting to discuss and address any concerns that we've identified. But if the board takes a position on a bill, whether that be support or oppose, it's our standard practice to incorporate what you see in the bill analysis, as well as any other comments made by board members into the letter that we send to the author. So that will occur. So you wouldn't necessarily need to include that in the motion. It would happen just out of a natural process.
Carrie Ann, does that satisfy you?
Yeah, it does, and I guess that will be part of the discussion as part of the larger board meeting, just to reassure the larger board when you are reporting, Chair, on this item. I think it would be helpful to state that that's our practice. And then what we would expect is that for the May meeting, there would be, if there was any response, then that would be where we would take the follow-up. So that satisfies me. I don't need to make a motion. I just wanted to have an opportunity to have that clarification, and I appreciate that, Patty.
Thank you. I would like to ask the public if they have anything that they'd like us to put on the agenda for the next meeting. So if the moderator could please open it up to the public, I'd appreciate it.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Well, I want to thank staff, solid, committee members, and the public and the other members of the board who have joined us. I think this was a very productive meeting. I again apologize for the internet being cut off. I do promise to you that I'm wearing a tie today. I suppose I could say anything. I could take off my tie and say that I'm wearing it, and you won't have any evidence to the contrary. But I promise that I am. Anyways, I want to thank everyone, and we'll adjourn the meeting. We have. When do we come back? And it's hard to come back. Is it for the board meeting?
This is the moderator. 1:30 is the next meeting. However, do recommend that board members come in a little bit earlier than that for mic checks and video checks.
We'd appreciate it because we have a petition hearing, I believe it is. So it's a hard 1:30, and actually before that, so we can hopefully I'll have an internet by then. Anyways, thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it. The meeting is adjourned.
This is the moderator. So the CBA, the board meeting, the petition hearings start at 1:30. Again, board members, if you can please arrive earlier than that so we can do mic checks and video checks. Thank you.
Elizabeth, this is Dan. I'm going to see if I can get an internet now, but in the meantime, I'm going to keep the phone line open if you don't mind.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, I'm getting some sort of internet. I don't know if it's off this hotspot that I've got. Whatever it is, I'm going to try to sign in. Come in.
This is the moderator. I'm going to temporarily turn off the video feed for during lunch. I will turn it back on about 1:15 when everybody is coming back. And Dan, if you don't mind, I'm going to mute you from my end. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the March 24th, 2022 California Board of Accountancy's meeting. My name is Michael Savoy, and I am the president of the California Board of Accountancy. At this time, I will turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed to take roll call and to establish a quorum. When Ms. Reed calls your name, unmute your microphone and state your name. Please remember to mute your microphone once you have stated your name. Ms. Reed? Michael Savoy, present.
Mark Silverman,
Present.
Katrina Salazar,
Present.
Nancy Corrigan,
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Present.
Dan Jacobson,
Dan Jacobson.
Dee Dee Owens,
Present.
and Yin Tu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
I would like to thank the CBA staff and the solid team for their assistance in facilitating this virtual meeting. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the CBA in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary action functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Before we convene, please be advised that this meeting is being conducted consistent with the provisions of Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order extending Government Code Section 11133N122 dated January 5th, 2022, which allows the CBA to continue to conduct meetings via teleconference through March 31st, 2022. At this time, the board will convene into the petition hearings, followed by closed session. After closed session concludes, the CBA will recess for the day and will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for all public session items. Now moving on to agenda items 1A and 1B, with the petitions for Timothy Allen Coons and Leslie Klein. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to briefly summarize the process, and then we'll turn it over to Your Honor for the hearing. Before we start each matter, I will ask Ms. Reed, the CBA's Board Relations Analyst, to conduct a roll call to establish the CBA members present for the matter and to establish a quorum, which we have now done. I will then ask any members if they need to recuse themselves from any of these matters. After the quorum has been established and any recusals occur, the administrative law judge will then take appearances and will swear in the petitioner. The administrative law judge will allow the Deputy Attorney General to provide an overview of the petition before us and seek to enter evidence, the petition package, and any additional materials. The administrative law judge will then provide the petitioner with an opportunity to provide an opening statement and present and enter into evidence any additional documents. After which the administrative law judge will allow for the Deputy Attorney General to examine the petitioner. The petitioner shall then be afforded the opportunity to respond. After the examination and response, I will request that the administrative law judge ask Ms. Reed to perform a roll call of each CB member to allow members to ask any questions they may have of the petitioner. If a member does not have a question, simply state no questions. After Ms. Reed is done polling members for questions, I will ask if any member would like to ask a follow-up question. If so, members are asked to raise their hand and wait for me to call upon them. After the CBA member's examination of the petitioner, the administrative law judge shall provide the Deputy Attorney General and the petitioner the opportunity to provide any closing statements or remarks. After the closing remarks are received, the administrative law judge shall close the record. Once the petition hearings have concluded, the members will meet in closed session to deliberate on the petition hearings. One final reminder is when you're asking a question, responding to a question, or making a comment, it is important to remember that the court reporter will be capturing a record of the petition hearing. Please be cognizant not to speak over another person and be close to the microphone on your computer or your telephone so that you can be heard clearly. Now that we've already conducted a roll call, at this time I'd like to turn the meeting over to Your Honor. And one change is we will conduct the Leslie Klein petition hearing first. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have Ms. Klein elevated to a panel member?
Sure, I just elevated Klein to a panelist. We'll do a quick mic check. I will send a request to unmute the microphone. You just have to accept from your end. Ms. Klein. This is the moderator, Leslie Klein. I've sent you. Oh, yeah, I see you're unmuted. We'll do a mic check.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
All right, so we have Leslie Klein elevated. So I don't see that name on my list, but
this is the moderator. I apologize to interrupt you, Judge Wong. It's call-in user 6 on the panelist list.
Okay, got it. All right, Mr. Klein, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so before we go on the record, just to provide kind of a procedural overview to follow up to what the president provided. The only thing I'll add to that is what the board is most interested in hearing about today is any rehabilitation you've undergone since your license was disciplined. So you'll hear the Deputy Attorney General talk about the discipline history to provide context. But really, when you're providing your testimony, you should focus on rehabilitation rather than the prior discipline because the discipline has already been established. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, so let's go ahead and go on the record. We're on the record before the California Board of Accountancy, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California, in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of restricted area of practice. Oops, I'm sorry, I have the wrong matter pulled up. Do these out of order. All right, here we go. So it's in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of surrendered certificate of Leslie, spelled Leslie, Klein, Klein. It's OAH number 2022-020-047. My name's Corin Wong. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I've been assigned to preside over this matter sitting with the board. To establish a quorum of the record, to establish a quorum of the board for the record, I request that each member respond audibly after his or her name is called. Mr. President?
Ms. Reed.
Michael.
Present.
Mark Silverman,
Present.
Katrina Salazar,
Present.
Nancy Corrigan, Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Present.
Dan Jacobson, Dee Dee Owens, and Yin Tu. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Next, if I could take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General.
My name is Ted Durkar. Last name is spelled D-R-C-A-R. Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California by authority of Business and Professions Code Section 5115 and Government Code Section 11522 for this petition hearing.
Good afternoon, thank you. And Mr. Klein, can you still hear me?
Yes.
All right, very good. So as the president discussed before we went on the record, and then I described a little bit, shortly the Deputy Attorney General will provide a summary of your license history and then introduce the petition documents. And then after that, it'll be your opportunity to present any evidence you have in favor of your petition. First, did you have any witnesses you wanted to call on your behalf besides yourself?
No.
And did you have any documents other than what Mr. Jakar is going to introduce?
No.
Okay. So again, I just remind you that the board's focus today is on rehabilitation. Do you have any questions about the procedure at this time?
No.
Okay. If any questions arise during the hearing, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So next, you're welcome. Mr. Dakar, if you'd like to introduce your documents or provide your summary, whichever you'd like to do first.
Yes, I'd like to offer the documents first. The board members and petitioner and your honor have been provided with a copy of the petition packet. The packet includes 39 pages of documents, and they've been consecutively marked LK-PET 001 through 39. And this packet includes the notice of hearing at page 38. I'd like to mark that packet as Exhibit 1, and I offer it into evidence.
All right, so what I did is I marked the documents as separate exhibits. So Bates numbers 001 and 002 are marked as Exhibit 1. Mr. Klein, any objection to 1 for all purposes?
No.
1 is so admitted. And then Bates 003 through 014 are collectively marked as Exhibit 2. Mr. Klein, any objection to Exhibit 2 for all purposes?
No.
2 is so admitted. And then Bates 015 through 035 are marked collectively as Exhibit 3. Mr. Klein, any objection to 3 for all purposes?
No.
3 is so admitted. 4 consists of Bates 36 and 37. Mr. Klein, any objection to 37 for all purposes?
No.
37 so admitted. And then finally, Bates 38 and 39 are marked as Exhibit 5. Mr. Klein, any objection to 5 for all purposes?
No.
And 5 is so admitted. All right, Mr. Dakar, if you'd like to provide your summary.
Yes. At pages, I believe it is 4 through 7 is the petition form that's been filled out by Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein received his CPA certificate in 1994. That's certificate number 67451. That license history is at pages 36 to 37. That would be Exhibit 4, Your Honor. His license was surrendered by a stipulation that the board accepted effective May 13th, 2020. An accusation was pending at that time, and the surrender was disciplinary. I'll note that Mr. Klein, in addition to being a CPA, is also an attorney. The facts from which the discipline arose are detailed in the accusation against Mr. Klein. That's at pages 29 through 32 of the packet. That's where you'll see the detailed allegations. And let's see, that would be within Exhibit 3, Your Honor. The discipline arose from Mr. Klein's misconduct in his role as a trustee and financial planner for an elderly man that I'll refer to by the initials HS. That's how the person is referred to in the accusation. Mr. Klein made investments on behalf of HS's trust that were illiquid and undiversified and that were self-serving to Mr. Klein. These investments were poorly managed. He deceived the consumer about what was done with the trust funds. He didn't keep proper records of what he did with the trust funds. He provided false reports to the trustor, and in short, took millions of dollars in a loan type of fashion for his own use. Out of $5 million in funds that he received from the trust, only $8,100 in Mr. Klein's attorney-client trust account was found to be liquid. The investments that Mr. Klein made for the trust were self-serving. The funds were dispersed through loans to 5 different companies that Mr. Klein owned, controlled, or had an interest in. For example, $400,000 of trust funds were loaned to Bay Area Development Company, of which Mr. Klein was the president, and that loan was secured by a vague note that potentially allowed the company to avoid repaying the trust for an unlimited period of time. 2 of the companies that received loans from the trust funds were not in good standing with the state. Mr. Klein prepared false quarterly statements that misrepresented how the funds were invested, and he provided false information in response to the trustor's inquiries. The claimed investments that he had said he'd made on behalf of the trust could not be verified and were not documented. In a probate proceeding after the death of the trustor, Mr. Klein admitted that none of the investments were made in the name of the trust, but the money was invested in his own name, and the trust got no return on those funds. Mr. Klein also made false statements to the board investigator through his attorney, claiming in a letter that he was not the trustor's tax preparer or advisor, when in fact he was involved in preparation of the trustor's tax returns. A probate investigator issued a report which found that Mr. Klein exercised substantial undue influence over the trustor and his wife, and his role as attorney, using his role as attorney, financial advisor, and trustee, and did that in a manner that was not in the best interest of the trust. Based on these acts, the accusation charged Mr. Klein with breach of fiduciary responsibility, knowing preparation of misleading financial information, failure to comply with professional standards, failure to respond to a CBA inquiry, unprofessional conduct, and willful violation. In his petition, which again is at pages 4 to 7 of the materials, Mr. Klein details that he received his Bachelor of Science from UCLA in 1968, his MBA from UCLA in 1969, and his Juris Doctor, his JD degree, in 1971. Mr. Klein claims at page 5 of the materials that the reason for his license discipline is that, quote, opposing counsel did not state facts and my client was killed by his wife, unquote. Your packet contains no narrative or documents that support that statement, which I just quoted. At page 8 of your packet, petition form question number 10 asks why he believes the board should grant his petition. This section is left blank. The only document submitted in support of the petition is a handwritten worksheet summarizing continuing education classes, but that is not supported by any certificates of completion. Mr. Klein submitted no letters of reference. Your Honor, that concludes my summary of the evidence, and I do have some questions for Mr. Klein once he's concluded his presentation on the petition.
Very good, thank you. So Mr. Klein, even though I cannot see you and you cannot see me, if I could have you raise your right hand, please, and I'll swear you in.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may put your hand down. If I could have you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record, please.
Leslie Klein, Leslie Klein.
Okay, Mr. Klein, just wanted to remind you again that what the board is most interested in hearing about is any rehabilitation you have undergone since your license was disciplined. With that reminder, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Well, I have taken some courses on ethics with the state bar, and as the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General said, I've been in practice of law and accounting since for the past 50 years, and I never had any complaints against me in front of the accounting board. And I practice law. I really don't do much accounting. I don't actually prepare tax returns. And I have really not used my CPA license for the last 50 years. But I was represented by counsel, and the reason why we accepted the deal that we were offered by the Attorney General is because my counsel advised me that once I give up my license, I will be applied in a year and the license will automatically be renewed. So that's why we entered this stipulation. We didn't fight the allegations. We didn't do anything, although I think we had a very, very good defense. And at the time that the case was going to trial, we had submitted letters from other accountants saying that, I was part of the community and, I was a good guy. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Descartes, cross-examination.
Yes, Mr. Klein, you just said that you could have put on a very good defense, but you did decide to relinquish your right to dispute the allegations in the accusation against you. And
That's
so
correct.
I'd like to know what, if anything, did you do wrong in regards to the trust of HS?
Well, if I would have gone to trial, then I would have told the court or the trial of facts that HS, Hubert Scott, was my client for the last 25 years. I represented him in all kinds of matters. He was an engineer working for Lockheed. His son was killed in an accident at LAX, and they got quite a bit of money. And his wife wanted to take away his money. And basically I advised Mr. Scott and his wife that this was a separate property, it wasn't her money. And then Hubert Scott decided they didn't want to give his wife any money at all. And they started fighting and whatever. But I really don't want to go into the facts of Hubert Scott because I feel very, very strongly that Hubert Scott was railroaded by his wife. She filed a conservatorship for him to be appointed conservator for him, but he was never physically examined. She held him as prisoner in his house, whereby he couldn't talk to anybody. The only person he was able to talk to is me, because I would go to visit him. But again, I really don't want to go into all the details of the case of Hubert Scott. And all the monies that I invested for him were invested pursuant to his request. I didn't invest anything that he didn't want to be invested in. And the monies were invested in insurance policies, and those insurance policies, when the individuals pass away, will pay off. And so it's not true that I lost his money. It's just not true at all.
Mr. Klein, do you admit doing anything wrong as alleged in the accusation against you?
Well, I'm not going to go over the case. I mean, obviously my attorney, who's a very good attorney, his name is Mr. Dean, thought that the best thing to do here was not to go to trial, but to just enter into a stipulation. And that's what I did. I followed the advice of Randall Dean, my attorney, and basically I did what he told me to do.
Did you invest trust funds in companies in which you held an interest?
The answer to the question is there was one trust fund, Beta Development Company, which I invested money in. But again, this was done with the express permission of Hubert Scott.
Have you done anything to rehabilitate yourself since you surrendered your license 2 years ago?
Well, I don't basically deal anymore with clients. I don't at all invest any monies for clients, which I really, have not done. And basically, I don't get involved with managing clients' money. I just basically practice law. I don't use clients' money. I don't talk to them about investments. I have totally gotten out of the business of advising clients about investing their money with anybody, including me.
What is the nature of your practice, and what would you want to do with your CPA license if it was given back to you?
Well, my practice is I'm a lawyer. My specialty is basically probate law, and I handle will contests. If somebody prepares a will and there was undue influence or what have you, I go to trial and prove that either the will is valid or the will is not valid. I also do trust for people, living trust, whereby if the person, instead of doing a will, where in a will you have to go through probate court, if you do a trust, you avoid probate. And basically that's what I do. Is I'm also getting on in years, over 75, and I'm taking it easy. I really don't work full time. I only work like half of the time. And as far as using my CPA license, I really don't think I'm going to use it. But in this area that I litigate, the area that I do review tax returns, I do review, estate tax returns, and basically that's what I would use my CPA license for, is to review tax returns, 706s.
Your Honor, those are all the questions that I have for Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, is there anything else you wanted to say on your behalf before the board asks questions?
No, I am ready for the board's questions.
All right, Ms. Reed, if you would like to go through the board to elicit any questions, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Klein. Just a couple of questions. So when, as you say, the client was directing you on how he wanted his funds invested, were you discussing risks and liquidity and consideration also of his age, his position in life?
Yes, I did. And he was a very sophisticated client. As I say, he was an engineer at Lockheed. And I did tell him that it's risky. In other words, he had money sitting at the Lockheed Credit Union whereby he's earning less than 0.5%. And they said that he wanted to at least earn 6%. and he was willing to take some risk. And he kept some money at the credit union too. And as I say, he was very, very sophisticated. He knew what he was doing. But I certainly discussed that with him. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, and another question, Mr. Klein. So at this time here, as we sit, has the client or his estate, I should say, been made whole for these losses, or is that just those are just lost funds?
Well, no, the funds are not lost. The estate, well, he is dead, and his main beneficiary was his son and grandson, who are the beneficiaries of 80% of his estate. His son recently passed away, and the grandchildren are now petitioning to be appointed administrators for the son's estate. And the funds that, once they're appointed the administrators for the estate, they will receive the bulk of the funds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Klein. No more questions.
Thank you.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Dan Jacobson.
No questions.
Dee Dee Owens. Katrina Salazar.
No questions.
Michael Savoy.
Questions. I see that this complaint was submitted by his wife, his ex-wife, I guess.
Yes.
Was she the trustee of the trust? Because you're mentioning
yes, she
that
was.
She was.
She was the trustee, yes.
So even
Actually,
though
no, I take that back. I'm sorry. He was the trustee of this trust. She was not the trustee. He was the trustee of his trust.
So even though his son and then his grandson are beneficiaries of this trust, why is it that she took it upon herself to sue you for embezzlement when she would not have any privy to this money anyway?
Well, she has a small percentage. She has, I think, 10%. And you're right. The person who really should have sued me was the son and the grandson. But obviously, the son and the grandson didn't think there was a case. Also, she filed a complaint to the state bar, and the state bar dismissed the complaint. They never did anything.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow up also on Ms. Corrigan's question about was the estate or is the estate made whole at this point in time from the original monies invested?
Well, the state will be made whole at the time when the people that the policies were purchased for pass away. And some of these people are fairly old. One of them has cancer. With that person's life expectancy is maybe a year or two. And so when these people pass away, yes, the state will be made whole, yes.
Okay, but at this point, they're not.
That is correct. At this point, they are not.
Okay, how much money? Looks like there was, what, 2.4 million of the 5 million has been recovered so far?
Yes, I think there was 2.4 million recovered. I think there's 1 million missing. And one of the policies has been sold, and so you don't have to make any payments. So that means that when the person dies, this estate is guaranteed $1 million, and the state doesn't have to make any more payments on that policy. And the person who is going to die, that person has cancer. So I don't think that's a problem.
Well, I see that, but you spent $500,000 to purchase a $5 million policy, another $500,000 to purchase another $5 million policy. So is it true that this $1 million invested in life insurance at some point will turn into $10 million?
No, it's not true. It's going to turn into $10 million because the $500,000 was paid in premiums, and the $500,000 is going to come back. So there's going to be $1 million coming back, not $10 million coming back.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm looking at the allegations, and it It's a little misleading. No further
Okay.
questions.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Silverman
No questions.
and Yan Tu. Thank you.
All right. So, Ms. Reed, is that the entire board?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Thank you. So next, thank you, Mr. Klein. You're excused as a witness. And next,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We will proceed to closing arguments. Mr. Dakar.
Mr. Klein's misconduct was very serious. Besides the $1 million allegedly spent to buy life insurance policies, there was another $4 million apparently. If you look at paragraph 23 of the accusation, which is on page 32 of the materials. And it appears that that money was primarily used to invest in Mr. Klein's own companies. And it's also alleged in the accusation that HS, prior to his death, was a demented individual. So though he may have been sophisticated at one time in his life, the allegations in the accusation are that he suffered from dementia by the time of his death. And on these facts, it appears that Mr. Klein took advantage of an elderly consumer by lying about how the funds were invested, providing false reports, failing to document what was done with the funds, and underreporting the amount of funds received. So it's troubling that at this point, Mr. Klein is basically denying wrongdoing when he did agree to surrender his license and chose not to fight these allegations. He's basically saying that he didn't do anything wrong and that he wouldn't have anything to rehabilitate for. But his petition lacks basic support. He doesn't provide evidence in support of his claims. And of course, there's no evidence of rehabilitation, no reference letters, no showing of community service or anything like that. And the petition I believe it's page 5, even blames his discipline on other people. And so the decision that a board makes on a petition for reinstatement, it's been framed by an appellate court this way. Has a petitioner coupled his acknowledgement of wrongdoing with sustained exemplary conduct over an extended period of time, which may be viewed as a true indication of rehabilitation? That's the case of In Re Mena, MENNA, a 1995 case, 11 Cal 4th 975 at page 991. Going by that standard, a little time has passed since Mr. Klein surrendered his license in 2020. He doesn't acknowledge wrongdoing, and he offered no evidence of exemplary conduct since his surrender. Therefore, it is contended that it would be detrimental to public protection if he got his CPA license back when he has not met the burden of demonstrating rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, your closing argument, please.
Yes, well, I think the Attorney General is totally wrong. Basically, I have decided that I'm not going to do at all this kind of practice. I am not at all going to talk to people about how they want to invest their money. I don't think that Mr. Uberscott had dementia. He was very, very sophisticated. So my answer is, I think I've rehabilitated. I don't do this anymore. And I would like my license back. I mean, all these years, I've been practicing as an accountant for 50 years plus. I never, ever had a complaint. And basically, I stipulated to surrender my license because I was told by Mr. Dean and by the person handling this case for the Attorney General, I think, I don't remember his name, but be that as it may, that if I basically decide, if I make a decision that I'm never going to do this anymore, I'm not going to invest people's money, I'm not going to do anything anymore, I'm just going to concentrate on doing law, then there wouldn't be a problem that I would get my license back. So I leave it up to you what you want to decide.
All right, thank you. So that concludes the hearing. The record's closed, the matter's submitted, and we're off the record. And Madam Court Reporter, if I could get a page estimate.
I'm going to say 40 pages.
40 pages?
Yeah, do you need an end time?
I have 2:13. Okay, and so Mr. Klein, what happens now is after the board hears the second petition matter, it will adjourn to closed session to discuss the two petition matters, and it will make a decision during closed session, but a decision will not be issued today. Rather, it will be issued at a later date by writing, and you'll receive a copy in the mail.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And then the other thing is, if we were here together in person, I would be providing you with a court reporter billing sheet that provides information for you in case you want to order a copy of today's transcript. But since we're not in person, I will have my office send that to you. And so when you get that, that's just so you know what it is. It's just in case you want to order a copy of the transcript. All right. So that concludes the hearing. You're free to leave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, Mr. President, shall we proceed to the next matter, or does the board wish a break?
Forward, please.
Okay, so let me switch my matters. All right, Madam Court Reporter, are you ready for the next matter?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, so let's go ahead and go on the record. So we are back on the record before the California Board of Accountancy, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California, in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of restricted area of practice by Timothy, middle initial A as in Adam, last name Coons, C-O-O-N-S. It's OAH number 2022-020048. My name is Corin Wong. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I have been assigned to preside over this matter with the board. In order to establish a quorum of the board for the record, I'll ask Ms. Reed to call roll call and for each member to respond audibly after his or her name is called. Ms. Reed?
Nancy Corrigan. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Dee Dee Owens. Katrina Salazar.
Present.
Michael Savoy.
Present.
Mark Silverman. And Yin Tu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And next, if I could take the appearance of counsel, starting with the Deputy Attorney General.
Ted Durkar, that's spelled D-R-C-A-R, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin McLaughlin, appearing on behalf of Petitioner Timothy Coons.
Good afternoon. And Mr. Coons, I want to make sure that you could hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Very good. Mr. McLaughlin, are you familiar with the procedural process for these hearings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. I didn't want to explain something you already knew, but I didn't want to assume you knew and then not explain if you didn't. So, Mr. Dakar, if you'd like to provide your summary statement or documents, whichever you prefer first.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to present the documents first. The board members and petitioner have been provided with a copy of the same petition packet with sequentially numbered pages. There are 98 pages and they're marked TAC-PET001 through 98. That includes the notice of hearing at page 97. I would like to mark the entire packet and offer it into evidence.
All righty, thank you. So Bates numbers 1 through 3 will be marked as Exhibit 1 for identification. Mr. McLaughlin, any objection to 1 for all purposes?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then Bates 4 through 71 will be marked collectively as Exhibit 2. Mr. McLaughlin, any objection to 2 for all purposes?
Only, Your Honor, are we alphabetical or numeric? Is it Exhibit B or Exhibit 2?
2. I'm sorry, did I say B?
No, 2 is fine. No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right. So, and then Exhibit 3 will be Bates 72 through 94. Any objection to Exhibit 3?
No, Your Honor.
3 is so admitted. And then Bates 95 through 96 is marked as Exhibit 4. Any objection to 4 for all purposes?
No, Your Honor.
4 is so admitted. And then last, Bates 97 through 98 are marked as Exhibit 5. Any objection to 5 for all purposes?
No, Your Honor.
5 is so admitted. Thank you. Mr. Dakar, if you'd like to provide your summary.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'll provide a summary of the petition and the evidence in it. The certification of license history for Mr. Coons is Exhibit 4 at pages 95 to 96. He was first licensed as a CPA in 2003. At pages 73 through 94 of the packet, which is Exhibit 3, is the board's 2016 decision and order. It adopted a stipulated settlement and put Mr. Coons on probation for 3 years and imposed a permanent practice restriction from doing a test work. Now, Mr. Coons has completed his 3 years of probation. He did so back in 2019, and now he's appearing before you today seeking to end that practice restriction so that he could do a test work again. The accusation is at pages 83 to 94. Mr. Coons admitted all the allegations in the accusation in his stipulation. And that accusation contains 7 causes for discipline. It was based upon discipline that had previously been taken by the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, known as the PCAOB, that willful violations of the Accountancy Act and a board regulation. There was also a cause for discipline for practice under a fictitious name while not registered with the board. Failure to comply with peer review was another cause for discipline. Failure to notify the board of failed peer review. And finally, failure to respond to board inquiries. To provide a little background behind those causes for discipline, I'll provide a summary of the evidence. The PCAOB disciplined Mr. Coons in 2015 with an order that censured him and imposed a $7,500 fine for his failure to comply with Auditing Standard 7, which is in regards to engagement quality review. This lapse occurred in audits for 2 clients. Mr. Coons practiced accounting through an unregistered fictitious business name, the Tax Doctor, which wasn't registered with the board or with the Secretary of State. This practice was a sole proprietorship, and his website advertised that his services included audits, reviews, compilations, and public company accounting. The following facts, which I'm about to detail, appear at pages 89 through 91 of the materials before you. Mr. Coons failed to submit his PR1 peer review reporting form as required back in 2012, even after multiple notices that started in 2011. In 2013, he was cited for failing to respond to inquiries from board staff. He paid the $250 citation fine, but failed to comply with the order of abatement, which called for him to submit the missing PR1 form. He also failed to undergo peer review that was required, given the nature of his practice. It wasn't just that he needed to submit the form, he actually was obligated to go through peer review. In December 2012, he submitted a PR1 form that said peer review was in progress. Going forward into 2013, he failed to respond to inquiries from board staff about his failure to report acceptance into a recognized peer review program. Then in 2014, the board staff opened up an enforcement case to investigate his failure to complete mandatory peer review. Mr. Coons failed to respond to an investigative inquiry. For the license renewal period ending in January 2015, Mr. Coons submitted a renewal application that attached his 2012 PR1 form, which falsely stated that peer review was in progress. And he wrote on the application that peer review, he claimed that peer review was in progress, which didn't happen until much later. He was aware that he was subject to peer review requirements and that he needed to undergo peer review before renewing his license. Once he did get peer review in March 2015, a report from the Cal CPA peer review program stated that Mr. Coons failed peer review, and then Mr. Coons failed to notify the CBA of his peer review failure. So that's the background and the reason for his discipline. His petition for reinstatement is at pages 6 through 11 of your packet. His disciplinary order included a permanent restriction from a test work. And so now he's asking that he be restored to a test work. His answers to the questions in the peer review form that call for narrative answers, those narrative answers are on pages 70 and 71 of your packet. Some of you may have missed that because it's a little difficult. His petition's back near the top of your packet, and those narrative answers aren't until pages 70 and 71. So looking at those narrative answers, Mr. Coons details some facts that I'd like to summarize. Mr. Coons successfully completed his 3-year period of probation, as I mentioned earlier, from 2016 to 2019. And he paid the board's costs as ordered and agreed. His petition refers to that as payment of restitution. We would typically call those costs. And just to clarify, he wasn't ordered to pay restitution to any consumers. He was ordered to pay costs of investigation and enforcement, and he's done so. Mr. Coons claims that he complied with all requirements in the PCAOB disciplinary order and explains that he resigned his registration with the PCAOB, and he claims that he will not do public company audit work in the future, the type that is governed by the PCAOB. In explaining why the petition should be granted, Mr. Coons wrote that he is fully rehabilitated because he never had any intent or negligent disregard in his prior conduct, and nobody was harmed by it. However, as previously stated, he did admit to willful violation in his stipulation to resolve the disciplinary case. He claims that he fully cooperated with the board's investigation of his offenses. However, the accusation that he emitted does detail his failure for several years to cooperate with board inquiries. However, that is from the period of 2011 up through perhaps 2015. There's no report of a repeat of that behavior since then. He is aware of his violations, he says, and he claims he will follow the rules and regulations in the future. He notes that the IRS did not take disciplinary action against him and that he has no other discipline or investigations pending against him. I would like to detail something significant at paragraph 71 that I will I expect to question him about later if he doesn't cover it first himself. On page 71, in response to question 10 in the petition form, he wrote that, referring to himself, it says, meanwhile, the petitioner has made considerable efforts to maintain and/or upgrade his professional skills and knowledge through continuing education and other methods, which are ongoing to this very date. He has taken efforts to establish safeguards to prevent repetition of the original violation, including changes and modifications in policies, structure, systems, and methods of behavior applicable to his accountancy practice. The petitioner has provided additional pro bono services to community and charitable groups, nonprofit organizations, and public agencies. Then going forward, near the bottom of the page, in response to question 11 about his practice plans, he says he does not do audits, but he's seeking relief here through his petition because he does want the ability to do reviews and compilations. The documents that Mr. Coons submitted in support of the petition are at pages 13 through 69 of your packet, and they include the following. There are live scan records, continuing education records, and there are summary sheets claiming 105 hours from 2015 to 2018. That's at page 23. And then there, further on, there is a worksheet claiming that he took 86 hours of continuing education courses in 2019 and 2020. He submitted a report from the Cal CPA peer review program dated November 7th, 2018, showing that he passed peer review that time. And at pages 67 to 68 is a letter of recommendation dated February 16th, 2021 from CPA Louis Tomasino, the CPA who originally sponsored Mr. Coons for his license. And it appears that he also supervised the work of Mr. Coons as a CPA. Mr. Tomasino praises Mr. Coons for being a talented and able accountant who can deal with complex accounting issues. Mr. Tomasino vouches for Mr. Coons' trustworthiness, character, and judgment in accounting. And it appears Mr. Coons did work for Mr. Tomasino's firm. The letter says that Mr. Coons is responsible, detail-oriented, and that his work was valuable to the Tomasino firm. So that concludes my summary of the case. And Mr. Coons now has the burden of proof, and I will have some questions for him once he's done with his case in chief. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dakar. All right, Mr. McLaughlin, do you have any witnesses you wanted to call other than Mr. Coons?
I believe Mr. Louis Tomasino is online as an attendee at this moment. We intend to call him later.
Okay, and did you have any other documents or any additional documents you wanted to offer in addition to what Mr. Dakar offered?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and did you wish to call Mr. Coons first?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Coons, if I could have you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may put your hand down. If I could have you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record, please.
Timothy Allen Coons, Timothy, name Allen, Allan, last name Coons, Coons.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Coons, it's my intent this afternoon to ask you a few questions regarding the earlier matter of which your discipline arose, in which you successfully completed your probation in 2019. My point is not to relitigate or readdress all of that underlying activity, but more so to give His Honor, Deputy Attorney General Dakar, and the ladies and gentlemen of the board an opportunity to understand what transpired in the past and compare that to what you have admirably conducted yourself today. So, Mr. Coons, the first thing that I'd like to ask you questions about is the allegations against you regarding the use of the tax doctor. Do you recall using that fictitious business name?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start using that and why?
Probably around 2008, 2009, because I had received my doctorate original certificate back in 2007. So I was doing taxes and I had a doctorate, so I used the name Tax Doctor.
And you acknowledge that you did not register that fictitious business name with the Board of Accountancy as required, correct?
Yes, I did not. I failed to register that.
And have you ever acted or operated as a fictitious business name, the Tax Doctor, since these allegations?
No, sir.
Do you believe that that was willful or intentional on your part, is not registering?
I admit I did. I should have registered it, but I was not trying to use it in any harmful or misleading manner.
Let me ask you another question on that, Mr. Coons. Why did you not register it to begin with?
I didn't. It just slipped my mind. I didn't think about it, and so I don't intend on using it, and it's no longer a valid option.
Mr. Coons, the second kind of grouping of allegations levied against you is in regard to peer review. Are you aware of those allegations?
Yes, sir.
Do you deny them?
No.
Can you explain to myself, His Honor, the Deputy Attorney General, and the ladies and gentlemen of the board, why you were originally non-responsive to the Board of Accountancy when they asked for information about your peer reviews?
The initial peer review, I was financially incapable of being able to really perform it, and so I was trying to seek other options to procure a peer review. And in 15, when I was working on trying to get the peer review done, there was conflicts between AICPA and CalCPA as to who was to issue the authorization for assigning a peer reviewer, and it became muddled, and so it was difficult.
So in addition to, Mr. Coons, could you elaborate on in addition to what I understood is the financial difficulties, you said there were some complexities between CalCPA and the AICPA. Could you explain and elaborate on that a little bit more?
Well, because of the broker-dealer audits requiring a systems review and also has to be approved through AICPA through their portal, I was trying to get the portal, and then CalCPA was saying that they didn't receive it. And then I contacted CalCPA and then AICPA, and until finally we got it worked out so that I could actually engage a peer reviewer to handle the peer review.
And Mr. Coons, you actually have successfully completed peer reviews, correct?
My last peer review was one audit and one review, which there was only 2 engagements prior to the restriction on my license, and they were passed with no deficiencies.
Do you recall, or I should say, was that the 2018 peer review that the Deputy Attorney General mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Coons, I want to ask you now kind of the third grouping of allegations that were originally levied against you, and that involves the PCAOB disciplinary action. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Can you please describe to His Honor and the members of the board what transpired as to why the PCAOB rendered disciplinary action against you?
They performed an inspection on 2 audits, but I had requested from the attorney that had hired me to perform the audits to withdraw the audits as requested, because they're supposed to have requested a withdrawal, but because they didn't, they performed a internal inspection. I failed the inspection on the part of understanding third-party involvement, which the attorney who hired me did not disclose, and I should have done more due diligence, which caused me to be sanctioned because of the failure of due diligence within the audit realm on the two audits.
So the two audits, Mr. Coons, is that box receipts and off-site docs? Are those the two?
Yes, sir.
How many up until this period of time? How many audits did you actually perform?
Prior to those two audits, I had performed broker-dealer audits annually, roughly about 3 of them, which were successfully examined by, they didn't note that those were in any deficiency. However, on my failed peer review, there was a deficiency on that one of the broker-dealer audits, which was on the peer review, but not reviewed by PCAOB.
So let's Mr. Coons, let's address that. Could you describe then what deficiency peer review found?
It was in documentation, internal documentation on audit documentation, not necessarily in figures or analysis or anything that would mislead any SEC or FINRA in regards to the health or viability of the broker-dealer.
I'm going to go back, Mr. Coons, though, and address the two underlying audits that caused the PCAOB discipline. That's the off-site docs and the box site examinations. You, as I understood, you said that you issued audit opinions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you indicated that you asked them to be withdrawn?
Yes.
And who did you ask them to be?
The attorney who had hired me.
And were they willing to do so?
I never heard back, so that's when I thought they had been withdrawn. But when the PCAOB inspection came, those were the only 2 that were inspected. So there was a third one that was withdrawn successfully, and somehow I don't know why the other 2 weren't withdrawn, because I specifically sent a withdrawal of engagement to the attorney regarding those two audits.
Mr. Coons, did the PCAOB ever make allegations that you had harmed any investors or caused damage to the public as a result of those 2 audits?
No, sir. It was from failure to document internal controls and third-party items.
So no investors or public members of the public were injured. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the conditions, Mr. Coons, of your PCAOB discipline was a $7,500 fine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay that?
Yes, sir.
You also voluntarily resigned your registration with the PCAOB. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you intend to perform any professional services that would require you to re-register with the PCAOB moving forward?
No, sir.
Mr. Coons, can you describe what your practice has been like since the discipline of this board in 2016?
It's been limited to tax and tax practice, preparation for tax returns, prepared statements, and bookkeeping.
And you have successfully completed your probation, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the conditions of your stipulated settlement with this board was to pay a fine of approximately $9,000, or I should say reimburse the board approximately $9,000. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
I paid it off 9 months early.
Not only did you pay it off, you paid it off early, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been preparing tax returns largely since then. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
As the Deputy Attorney General pointed out, we have put forth in your petition as some rehabilitating factors what you have done since the discipline to increase your professional skills and knowledge. Can you describe to His Honor and the members of the board what you have been doing to increase your professional skills and knowledge since the discipline in 2016?
I have maintained enough professional education under A&A, fraud, and everything to stay up to date on the current accounting standards and AICP standards for audits and compilations, as well as understanding the new requirements under prepared statements and everything that have come in within the past couple of years. And I've maintained also my ethics courses, even though I wasn't required to do a regulatory ethics course every renewal. I have done so, as well as the standard ethics course required for renewal. So to show and everybody that I maintain my standard of ethics and that I am not a danger to any public or private entity or individual.
And what have you done, Mr. Coons, if anything, to change your policies, structure, systems, and methods of behavior in the practice of public accountancy?
Because I can't do attestation functions, I still, even when taking on tax returns or other things that are highly complex issues, if I don't feel that I have sufficient understanding or wherewithal, I will turn it down and not even perform those tax preparation services because of the nature. And so I look at anytime I vet new clients so that I make sure that that they meet my standards of ethics as well as the public's in the public side. What I do is so that I don't put something out there that is in violation of any tax code, in violation of any state tax code, or ensure that when I do accounting or tax preparation or bookkeeping for individuals, that all of these statements are issued under the current standards, and I analyze them so that they meet the standards required under the current AICPA and accounting codes.
Mr. Coons, is this level of due diligence something that you exercised before the stipulated settlement in 2016?
No, I did not before. So this would be part of my rehabilitate process, that I vet my clients before I take them on anymore.
And could you describe your community involvement services and activities?
I give to several charities. I'm a disabled veteran myself. So I give to the Disabled American Veterans Association. I also help veterans out in reducing how much I charge veterans or active duty military for their returns, so they can still, if they're on deployment, be able to afford a professional service instead of some of the free services that are offered. I serve it at a complete discount. I also have done walks for charities and raise funds for charities because some of my clients have children like with autism or cancer. So I personally, empathize with my clients and help them, as well as help my community to see these things and hopefully get cures, or at least provide assistance for those who need that kind of assistance.
So, Mr. Coons, what I'm hearing is part of your pro bono services, you provide income tax services to other veterans free of charge?
Not totally free, but like just minimum e-file cost, $10, $15 versus whatever something else does.
I understand. And you have not continued to perform any audits, reviews, compilations, or other test services since your stipulated settlement. Is that correct, Mr. Coons?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Coons. And Your Honor, nothing further right now.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Coons, could you tell us about your experience in working for the firm, the Tomasino firm?
Yes, I met Mr. Tomasino back in 1997 and started consulting with him in 1998. I have been a asset with his firm for over 20 years. And he has been a mentor to me, as well as certain things where I've been a mentor to him. It's a family soul business for him and for me, and he recognizes my valuable input and ethics, and I take the same thing from him. And so we have a great relationship that we have developed over the years, that we trust each other's judgment, and we have a means of support for each other, so that we understand where, if there's something that comes up on his side of the business and that I've had experience with, we discuss openly, and the same thing vice versa. So he's fully aware of things that certain aspects of my business, and I'm aware of aspects of his. We haven't really merged our practices because we've had this agreement for so long, but he has provided me backup, and I provided him backup when he was disabled for a while. So we have provided each other a means of second review between businesses and business practices.
All right, I want to clear something up. My understanding was that you'd actually worked for him as an employee or an associate, but is that not the case? Were you just peers?
I am an associate of his firm. Yes.
Okay, and how many years have you worked for his firm? Over what time frame?
From 1998 to current.
In regards to the allegations that which you admitted about ignoring correspondence from board staff over a period of years, can you explain why you failed to respond to so many board inquiries?
I was in financial hardship. I'd gone through a divorce back in 2008, and I was still recovering from lack of financial support because my business wasn't that extensive during that time period. And I was having difficulty because I had to move around a lot, keep moving until I finally was able to secure a adequate, living aspect of it. And then trying to maintain the business and my son and everything. A lot of it ended up being on the personal side, not so much the professional side, but it affected the professional side, which I admit, I should have come across and discussed that with the board. But in future aspects of it, I have tried to prove to the board and all its members and to everything that I'm following all the guidelines, and I don't intend to deviate moving forward from at all.
Yeah, you mentioned that you had hardships in the past, and you've described them, and trouble can still come up at any time in a person's life. Are you prepared to cooperate with the board's oversight of your practice, even if you have major personal issues and troubles in your life in the future?
I have kind of eliminated almost all the external aspects. The only thing that could potentially happen is if I personally get sick and am unable to perform, which would basically be, putting me in the hospital or something. Other than that, I have eliminated all the other outside interference issues within my personal life at this point.
Do you believe that you're ready to meet all of the professional standards related to attest work?
Yes, sir.
And I, at the risk of retreading on some ground you've covered already, in addition to the continuing education coursework that you've submitted, that you've demonstrated, what have you done to prepare yourself to do attest work once again?
I've maintained all my continuing education and stayed up to date. I have access to the PPC most current versions, so I am well aware of the changes, and I continue to do my ANA continuing education to ensure that I stay on top of the more current requirements and reporting standards, both on OCBOA, tax cash basis, GAAP, so that if I issue reports in the future, they are all up to guideline and will pass a peer review.
Have you had any exposure to that work in recent years as an employee?
Not as an employee, but as a consultant for Mr. Tomasino. His last peer review showed that the work that I consulted on, a review and a compilation, passed without any deficiency on those two items within the past 2 years.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Those are all the questions I have for Mr. Coons.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, anything further on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Reed, if you would like to poll the board for any further questions.
Nancy Corrigan?
Thank you. No questions?
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Thank you.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes, just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Coons, I know that you're here as a fact witness and not an expert, but I'm going to ask this anyways, and hopefully you can help me out somewhat. On page 71, at one point, you or your attorney writes that the petitioner does not intend to perform any attest engagements requiring registration within the PCAOB governance. And then just about 3 paragraphs down, it says the petitioner wishes to continue his tax practice, does not wish to perform attestation engagements for any audits. However, he wishes to perform attestation engagements up to reviews and compilations in the future. What is it that you would not be able to do by not being a registrant of the PCAOB, at least as you understand it?
As I understand it, any compilation, review, or audit that from a publicly traded, whether it was Reg A, Reg D, or any broker dealer in any form of financial compilation, review, or attestation engagement that would require PCAOB oversight. So those would be excluded from my practice.
Thank you.
Patty Bowers, I am so sorry to interrupt. Could we just take a moment to check on the court reporter to make sure everything is okay?
Madam Court Reporter, are you still with us?
Sure.
And everything, did you lose anything?
I did not, but I don't see my screen up there. But it says when I hit start video, it tells me it's already in use. So I'm assuming you guys can see me.
I cannot. We actually show you connected twice.
I don't know how that happened. I'm also echoing.
It's probably because it's
But you guys sound fine to me.
Right. It's probably because you're somehow connected twice.
I don't know how you're not. Because I see my name over here on the list. But
Okay.
I've been here the whole entire time.
Okay. So as long as you could hear.
I can hear you guys fine. I just don't know. It tells me to set another application using my camera. But I don't know how that happened. I never logged on there.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and continue.
Okay.
One more question, if I may, Mr. Coons. For the PCAOB governance issues that you had in the past, what is your feeling about that now? Are you sorry about it? Do you think that you were wrongly accused? What?
I felt that I felt that in there, I didn't think about obtaining legal counsel, which it may have been mitigated. But at the time, I felt pressured, and I had no other alternative at the time. So, and the fact that the attorney who had hired me was a third party when it wasn't disclosed, and when the PCOB disclosed it in their review of the documentation, I was shocked, and I didn't know how to defend myself and how I could get out of it to assure them that there was nothing that I did that was to harm anybody, and that this individual who was an attorney, had misrepresented herself as well, and that I had requested the redaction of and retraction of the engagements, but that was never done. So then I could never contact that person afterwards. So I was at a loss, and I only did what I could do just to save face. And I know I should have reported it to the board. In hindsight, 2020, it was a difficult time.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Owens?
I have no questions.
Katrina Salazar? Michael Savoy?
One question. If we give you back your attestation minus audit, how would you feel about that?
I can do that.
Because you're asking for everything except for that. So I just want to know if it's something that you could work with.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mark Silverman?
Question. What did you say about your PhD, and what subject was it in? I didn't quite get it when you described
International tax.
Thank you.
Ian Tu?
No question.
Right, Your Honor, all the members have polled.
So, Mr. Coons, you're excused as a witness. Mr. McLaughlin, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be brief if I can. Is Mr. Louis Tomasino still online and available?
I believe he needs to be elevated. Whoops, I actually don't see him listed anymore.
Moderator, I apologize for interrupting. I have promoted Louis. I don't have a last name, but I can send a request for Louis to unmute.
All right, Mr. Tomasino, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay, you may put your hand down. If you would start by stating and spelling your full name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Louis, Louis, Tomasino, Tommasino.
Very good, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasino. This matter that you've been asked to be a witness in involves Timothy Allen Coons. Are you familiar with that individual?
Yes, I am.
And can you describe how it is that you know Mr. Coons?
Well, I met Mr. Coons through my mother-in-law, Janine Lacey, who was a teaching assistant at Claremont High School. So at that time, Mr. Coons was a teaching assistant in high school. He was studying he was studying for the CPA exam and was referred to me by my mother-in-law as someone who could assist my practice in tax preparation. And I come to find out that he was working for his father-in-law, who had worked for one of the big 8 firms, and he had audit experience. So I appreciated the fact that I could, as I was starting my practice here in San Diego, I could find a resource such as Tim, and that's how I met him.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Tomasino, you too are a licensed CPA, is that correct?
I am a licensed CPA in the state of Arizona and the state of California.
And how long have you been a licensed CPA in both the state of Arizona and the state of California?
I've been a licensed CPA in Arizona since 1991 and a licensed CPA in California since 1996.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasino. And did Mr. Coons actually come to work for your firm?
He works with us as a consultant and as an advisor as well.
And can you give us a time period of which Mr. Coons has worked as a consultant and advisor with your firm?
He has been working with us since 1998.
And in working in this capacity, could you describe a little bit, Mr. Tomasino, what Mr. Coons' duties, jobs, roles, and responsibilities are?
Certainly. He provides advanced tax work for our clients in the areas of estate and international tax. He's consulted with me on financial statements as regards to updates on FASBs, and financial statement presentation. And when our firm goes through peer review, he works with me and our team to ensure that the peer review is being prepared properly. He has also advised our clients on advanced consultations such as business valuations, IRS and FTB problem resolution representation for companies and clients. So when our firm requires some advanced work, I do consult with Mr. Coons for his assistance.
And how would you assess, Mr. Tomasino, Mr. Coons' fitness? How good is he or not good is he at providing those services to you and your practice?
His overall, he's very good at what he does. He has matured over the years where I believe he provides me honest opinions about limitations that he may have, or if he's being affected by his disability, and we discuss that openly. I believe in the past, especially during this PCAOB situation, I wish he had consulted with me, because I would have advised him to get an attorney. And sometimes I think he was trying to try to take care of things too much, or was too proud to ask for assistance. But I think that this PCAOB matter, based on my professional opinion, could have been mitigated with an attorney and proper representation. I think the board understands that the peer review requirement in I believe it started in 2010, 2011 for small practitioners was a burden that for some practitioners was too much of a burden. I think he overestimated the requirements, but I've been part of the peer review since 1998, so I always knew what the process was about. And I can attest to this, that any engagement that he assisted with our firm, and then subsequently, if that engagement was selected by peer review, has always been a pass. We have not had any deficiencies on any of the work that he assisted on with me on any peer review review of either a compilation or a review engagement.
And Mr. Tomasino, you're aware of Mr. Coons's stipulated decision and the restrictions on his ability to practice beginning in 2016, correct?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And since that time, Mr. Tomasino, have you seen any improvements in Mr. Coons's professional practice? And if so, could you maybe describe them?
The first thing that comes to mind about Mr. Coons about this situation was instead of going, becoming depressed about it and maybe sticking his head in the sand, he took it as a challenge that I'm going to be a better CPA and at some point get to this point of having a hearing where he could demonstrate to the board members that he has rehabilitated, he has taken continuing education. I've seen Mr. Coons become much more resilient as far as his disability in the last few years, and the handling of this situation. I applaud him because, as what has been stated in this case, he did not damage any investor or any client. He basically did not follow administrative protocol in regards to what was required with the PCAOB. I see that Mr. Coons has become a stronger person. And in one way, this experience, his insight on peer reviews, and we did have a system peer review 3 years ago that he assisted me on. And that was the year I decided not to do audits anymore because the requirements are so stringent. You need to, you have to have a firm that specializes in audits almost to do. He actually helped us through that system review, and I applaud him for helping us with that. So that's my assessment of how Tim has handled the situation from 2016 to now.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasino. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Cross-examination, Mr. Dakar.
I don't have any questions, but I thank Mr. Tomasino for taking the time to participate and testify today.
Absolutely. I think Mr. Coons is an asset to his clients and to the profession, and that's why I'm here today.
All right. So, Ms. Reed, if you would like to poll the board, see if there's any questions for Mr. Tomasino, please.
Thank
you. No questions.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Thank you.
Dan Jacobson. Katrina Salazar. D.D. Owens.
No questions.
Michael Savoy.
Thank you for being here, sir. While working with you, under you for the past few years while having a license restricted, did he perform any attest services under your control and supervision?
Yes, he did.
And I imagine they were exemplary?
They were exemplary. A couple of those engagements were pulled for peer review, and he assisted me, and we actually had a very good pass on both those engagements. One was a compilation with full disclosure, and one was a review.
Thank you, sir. No more questions.
No questions.
Yen 2? Okay, Your Honor, all the members hold.
All right, Mr. Tomasino, thank you very much for your testimony. You're excused as a witness.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. And Mr. McLaughlin, any further evidence? Thank you very much. We'll next go to closing arguments. Mr. Dakar.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would make a suggestion in the interest of public protection. If the board's inclined to provide relief from the current attest restriction, that it only be to allow Mr. Coons to perform compilations and reviews. And that would be well tailored to his statement that that is why he's petitioning. He wants to do just those type of attest services. So I offer that up for your consideration. But I believe some showing has been made in terms of rehabilitation here. And I think all the facts are before you to determine if he's met his burden to warrant granting the petition. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, your closing argument, please.
Very good, Your Honor. And thank you very much as well, ladies and gentlemen of the board. As you've seen, this evidence, we believe, supports a member who should be reinstated and have his practice privileges modified to allow at least the reviews and compilations. Mr. Coons has demonstrated not only, unlike your prior petitioner, full responsibility for his previous actions, and he has thus far behaved admirably after and during his period of probation. Some of the evidence you've heard today includes, for example, Mr. Coons meeting or exceeding his continued education requirements, paying his stipulated judgments or stipulated reimbursements, not only in full, but early. And additionally, there have been no other infractions or complaints against Mr. Coons. To the contrary, you've heard testimony here today, ladies and gentlemen, regarding Mr. Coons's what could be described as exemplary behavior thus far. We kindly and humbly put ourselves before you to reinstate his abilities to practice, and thank you for his time.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So this concludes the hearing. The record's closed, the matter is submitted, and we are off the record. Madam Court Reporter, if I could get a page estimate, please. I'm sorry, did you say 50?
Yes, 50.
Very good. Thank you very much.
And I had an income of 315.
Mr. McLaughlin, as you probably heard me tell the prior petitioner, my office will forward you the court reporter billing sheet for this matter in case you or Mr. Coons decide to order a copy of a transcript at a later date. And then the board will adjourn to closed sessions shortly to discuss your matter and the first matter, but a decision won't be issued today, but rather will be issued later by mail. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much for both of your times. Take care. And Mr. President, I'll turn the matter back to you.
I believe we're going to be going into closed session now. So, Elizabeth, we have to make sure everybody's off before we enter.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to log off.
Can we do a